Good evening, everyone, and welcome as our pregame show continues from FirstEnergy Stadium. The Reading Fightin Phillies and the Harrisburg Senators in the getaway game of this six-game series. Fightin Phillies looking to try to salvage a second game of the series. Our pregame show continues as first pitch is about 10 minutes or so away, maybe a little bit less. Right now, scheduled for 6 o'clock. We're at 5:54 on the East Coast, and maybe. Hopefully the lineups are now about to be exchanged at home plate between Al Padrique and Delano DeShields. So we're hopefully about 5 minutes, maybe a little bit more away from first pitch in a matchup of right-handers tonight in this Game 6. And it was supposed to be a rematch of opening night of this series, won by the Senators by a 9-7 score. Jarlin Susana pitching for the Harrisburg Senators. Aberson Castellano was supposed to get the ball today for the Reading Fightin Phillies as he did on Tuesday, but somewhere along the line between his bullpen session over the last 24 hours or so, Aberson Castellano has been pulled from the start and has been put on the IL, the 7-day IL for the time being until he is further checked out. And so it will be Mitch Neuenborn who get the start in what will likely be a bullpen day for the Reading Fightin Phillies. Neuenborn has started over the course of his time in the Phillies organization, and including here in Reading, he's been both a starter and a reliever. So he'll get the start today, his first start of the season, his 7th appearance overall on the year. Phil's looking for some sunshiny skies right now on a cloudy day. Last night's game ended with a being shortened game of 5.5 innings was the total, with the Harrisburg Senators winning it by a 9-1 score to take the 4th of the 5 games played so far. The Fightins with just the 1 win, and that was on Thursday night in the 5-4 win. That ended the 10-game losing streak for the Fightin Phillies, but now, unfortunately for Reading, they have restarted a losing streak by losing both Friday and Saturday. So Harrisburg has won 4 of the 5 so far in this series, and Reading trying to at least salvage one more out of this before they head on the road. And the Fightins will head to Binghamton on Tuesday night to begin a 6-game series before coming back here to FirstEnergy Stadium on Tuesday, May the 13th to face New Hampshire. So that's the matchup that's ahead for the Fightin Phillies. And again, the matchup today will be one of the top pitchers in the Senators rotation and in the Washington Nationals chain as well, in 21-year-old Jarlin Susana, who was part of that trade from the San Diego Padres to the Washington Nationals in the Juan Soto trade. He was part of the haul that really has kind of overtaken the entire Nationals organization. And Jarlin Susana, the youngest of the trade pieces at the time, but certainly a bright spot. He consistently got the ball up at 97, 98, and more often than maybe not pitched over 100 miles an hour here on his FirstEnergy Stadium debut on Tuesday in this series opening win. But the Phils were eventually able to get to him in the 5th inning, and he was not able to complete the 5th inning and therefore did not get the win in that 9-7 victory for the Harrisburg Senators. So a few minutes away from the start of today's game, Jake Stark now joins me in the broadcast booth. And Jake, that's kind of where this thing lies. It's a cloudy day, and the Fightin Phillies looking for some sunshine to take with them on the road with a W this afternoon.
Yeah, and it's going to be a bullpen game for all intents and purposes for the Fightin Phillies. Mitch Neuenborn will get the start for the Reading Hot Dogs today. So, look, find a way to salvage a second game out of this series. Go up to Binghamton. It's a team that I think you know that you're as good at, if not better than Binghamton. I mean, if it wasn't for Jeff McNeil or Francisco Alvarez, you probably win at least another game or two in that series. So they're not there. So win today, see what happens next week, and, yeah, go from there.
So that is the conclusion of our pregame show as we are about to rise for the national anthem. When we come back, we'll have starting lineups at first pitch. Reading Fightin Phillies and Harrisburg Senators after this.
Good evening and welcome into America's Classic Ballpark, FirstEnergy Stadium, as we are ready to begin the final game of this week's six-game series between the Reading Fightin Phils and the Harrisburg Senators. My name is Jake Starr, joined by Bob McCool, and a little bit of a delayed start on this Sunday evening, but just about 45 minutes late, so not too bad. The rain has cleared out, and we are ready for what should be a great game of baseball tonight. Well, here's the starting lineup for the Harrisburg Senators. It will go, Philip Glaser leads off. He'll play left field. Nick Schnell is second and center. Yoani Morales bats third at third base. Joe Naranjo, the first baseman, cleans things up. Caden Wallace, fifth at second base. Carlos De La Cruz back in the lineup, bats sixth, plays right. Bottom three of Jeremy De La Rosa, the DH, CJ Stubbs, the catcher, and Viandel Pena is the shortstop. And on the mound for the Fightin Phils today, making his first start of the season, but not his first start against Harrisburg. That's Mitch Newborn.
Mitch Newborn, seventh game overall on the season, as Jake said, his first start. 0-0 on the season, 3.0 earned run average in 9 innings pitched. He's given up 7 hits, 3 of them three earned runs, 12 strikeouts, and just 1 walk.
Set the defense behind Newborn. Pineda at first. Farquhar plays second. Miller's at short. And Luis Verdugo is at third. In right field, it's Reyes. Center field, it's Prado. Left field, it's Hendry Mendez. And Jordan Disson back behind home plate to complete the pitcher-catcher battery with Mitch Newborn. So Philip Glaser is ready to go. And I'm sure he's ready to go. He has wasted no time getting things going in this series so far. 429 hitter. Digs in from the left side against the righty Newborn, and we are ready to go. As Newborn set, fires home, and the first pitch is down for a ball. It's 1-0. First pitch fired home at 6:02 on the East Coast. 68 degrees, our game time temperature, presented by All Temp Enterprises. So 1 ball, no strikes to count to Philip Glaser. Newborn ready at the belt, fires home. That one's in for a called strike. It's 1-1. It's Rafael Pineda behind home plate, having balls and strikes. Tyler Whitty, our crew chief, is our first base ump. Ethan Gorsak at third. We'll round out this Eastern League crew at third. 1-1 the count to Philip Glaser. Newborn fires home, and it's swung on and it's popped up. Towards foul territory down the left field line. Hendry Mendez gives it a chase, and it'll go out of play foul. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes now, the count to Philip Glaser.
Heck of an effort by Hendry Mendez. He just had a long way to go to get there, and eventually the ball landed in what was the old bullpens down the third baseline, but Mendez gave it a hustle.
So 1 ball and 2 strikes to count to Phil Glaser. Set himself a great series. 12 for 22. Pitch to him, swung on, ground ball. Charging is Farquhar, fields it on 2 hops. And the second baseman fires it on the first in time for out number 1. That'll bring Nick Schnell to the plate. And just retiring Philip Glaser, it's a good start to the game.
I was just about to say, to see Philip Glaser take a right turn instead of a left, it is a pretty good sign because he has been torching Phillies pitching. Went 4 for 4 last night, is 12 now with that out. 12 for 23 in this series.
Schnell digs in from the left side. First pitch from Newborn, over for a called strike. It's 0-1.
We didn't get through 1 batter before the rain started back up again.
Oh, yeah, it is raining a bit. It's more of a drizzle.
Yep.
A mist, I think some would call it. And the 0-1 is swung on and missed 0-2. Very good curveball from Mitch Newborn. So Newborn started in Reading last year as a reliever. Had a really, really sluggish start, so the Phillies sent him down the Jersey Shore, converted him back to a starter, which he was in 2023. Had a lot of success with the Blue Claws as a starter for the rest of last season. And the 0-2 is swung on and missed by Schnell. Tried to hold up, but couldn't. And that is out number 2. And that'll bring up Yoani Morales to the plate. And then the Phillies actually called Newborn back up to Reading last week of the season. Started in Harrisburg and had one of his best outings of the season. Went, I believe it was 5 or 6 innings. Gave up, I think, 1 run. Just really held the Senators' bats off kilter over at FMB Field. So 2 outs to Schnell. First pitch is a ball. It's 1-0.
There's a good pitch variation from Newborn. Really kept Schnell off balance to get him go down swinging.
1-0 the count, 2 outs to Yoandy Morales. Pitch home is bit outside. It's 1-1. So, and you think it was last week of the season last year when Newborn had that great outing against Harrisburg. So, I'm sure he was probably happy to know he's starting today. A lot of familiar faces to go against from last year. 2-0, curveball, nearly got a piece of the righty Morales. It's 3-0.
Yeah, this is a guy you got to be careful with. He has really started to come out of a little bit of a slow start to the season as the last series for Harrisburg evolved against Erie, and then he's had some big hits in this series. Lots of extra base hits.
3-0, swung on, it's sliced down the right field line towards the corner. Reyes back, it is down, it's a fair ball. One hops and hits off the Kuhn sign in the corner. Around first is Morales, and he is in for a double. Hit off that Edward Kuhn Funeral Home sign down the right field line. Just snuck it inside that chalk. So it's a 2-out double for Morales, his 6th of the year, and that'll bring Joe Naranjo to the plate, still with 2 outs.
You can't really argue with anything. I mean, Newborn got in on him, jammed him, and Morales at least strong enough to and he's painted that chalk line a couple of times. He had a triple last night, which was basically a ground ball, but took a huge hop over Keaton Anthony's head and rolled all the way down to the corner. He got a triple out of it. But Morales is just a part of a extra base barrage by the Senators in this series.
First pitch to Naranjo is taken for a ball. It's 1-0. If you're watching on MLB TV, you can see the rain has definitely picked up. The forecast said it's not really supposed to be a long cell, so hopefully it's a quick passing shower. And the 1-0 home is inside, 2-0. Good block by Disson. Last night's game went 5.5 innings before it was eventually called early due to rain. Was an official game. Harrisburg won 9-1 for their 4th win of the series. And, of course, gave the Senators a series win.
Mention the extra base barrage. The double by Morales is the 14th double in this series for Harrisburg, and they also have hit 10 home runs.
2-0 the count to Naranjo. 2 outs. Pitch home is up, 3-0.
And they got shortchanged a couple innings last night. I mean, as you said, they got through the top of the 6th. The Reading Phillies were due to bat at the bottom of the 6th when it just opened up. There was a bolt of lightning last night, and from that point forward, the skies just opened up and came down hard.
3-0 the count to Joe Naranjo with 2 outs here in the inning. Newborn set, fires home, and it's swung on and it's popped up high and deep towards right. But it'll stay in the ballpark. Reyes is there, moves a couple of steps to his right, and the right fielder makes the catch. So you'll certainly take that on a 3-0 pitch if you're Mitch Newborn, and that is how the top half of the first inning comes to an end. No runs, 1 hit, there were no errors, and 1 man left on base. We have played a half from a rainy baseball town. Harrisburg nothing, Fightin Phil's coming to bat. Bottom half of the first inning, Harrisburg nothing, and here is the Fightin Phil's starting lineup, presented by Golden Oaks Landscaping. Robert Moore, the DH, leads off. Aiden Miller at shortstop at second. Hendry Mendez is third in left field. Felix Reyes, fourth in right. Leandro Pineda bats fifth. He'll play first. Trent Farquhar, sixth, the second baseman. Luis Verdugo, seventh at third. Jordan Disson, eighth, the catcher. And ninth is Elio Prado. He'll play center. And on the mound for the Senators tonight, it's Jarlin Susana.
Jarlin Susana making his second start in the series, his sixth start overall. Just 0-1 with a 3.91 earned run average, 23 innings pitched, 19 hits, 10 earned runs, 35 strikeouts in 23 innings pitched and 17 walks. Again, Tuesday got the start, went 4 1/3 innings, gave up 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 9 strikeouts, and 6 walks.
So Robert Moore will dig in from the left side, lead things off here against Jarlin Sassana, who, of course, we know he can throw hard. Was in the upper 90s, even touched 100 multiple times on Tuesday night. And the first pitch home, Moore swings at it, hits it in the air, deep left field. Glasser going back at the track, the wall, it's gone! An ambush leadoff home run on the first pitch of the game from Robert Moore. You wanted a fast start, baseball town? Well, you got one. It's 1-0 Fightin's on Moore's team leading 4th of the season.
Well, taking a page out of what Harrisburg has done throughout this series, which is go up there and be aggressive and swing at some first pitches if you see something you like. And Robert Moore is that, and we have talked about that in this series. And Robert Moore's power has come more from the left side than from the right. And look, when you got a guy up there throwing a high 90s and 100, if you can make contact with it, it's going to go a long way.
So here is Aiden Miller, first pitch down for a ball. It is 1-0.
And that's also got to feel really good for Robert Moore because he has struggled in this series. 2 for 18 now in this series.
That ball was crushed, too.
Yeah, it was.
1-0. Miller swings, taps it foul, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, we've said it on many occasions, and it really is true. Professional hitters will figure out and time up. It doesn't matter how hard you throw it. They can eventually time it up.
Next pitch to Miller is over for a called strike. It's 1-2.
And Susanna's not necessarily generally going to come out of the bullpen, and especially a delayed start throwing 100, 101, but he's going to be in the upper 90s. And again, professional hitters can time that up.
Pitch to Miller. He will foul it off the nub. And it stays 1 ball and 2 strikes to the Phillies' number 2 prospect, Aiden Miller.
We also found out that Jarlin Susanna has also given us an indicator of how high the radar gun can go here at FirstEnergy Stadium, because he got to 101 a couple times, but it does not register 102.
Next pitch to Miller, swung on, hit in the air, shallow center. In comes Schnell, dives, and he makes the catch. What a play from Nick Schnell in center field on a sinking line drive. Probably a broken bat variety by Aiden Miller, and that's out number 1 for Mendez.
Yeah, definitely a broken bat for Miller, and it was a late jump for Schnell. He just misread it off the bat. And as we said, it was a broken bat and a dying quail in the center field. I think Schnell thought it was hit a little bit better than it was until he realized he better hustle. He fortunately has good wheels out there and closed the gap in a hurry.
Here's Hendry Mendez. First pitch to him is a bunt foul ball that almost made its way into the broadcast booth. Just hit off the facing. Bob, that would have been a perfect play for us to make.
It would have, but I knew it was going to be a deflection because it just didn't. I could tell by where it was coming down. It was going to come down just shy of the window.
Next pitch to Mendez inside for a ball, 1-1.
It's weird for it to be a bunt, though. A bunt attempt that comes back here. But when you guys throwing 98, you know, it has a tendency to take a wild spin.
Ball and a strike to count to Hendry Mendez. Pitch on. Swing and a miss, 1-2. I don't hate the thought for Mendez either.
No,
Third baseman's playing back, trying to catch him by surprise.
Morales is basically playing a shortstop pole position for a right-handed hitter. I mean, he is way over between the 5 and 6 hole, so it's a great spot. He gets it on the grass. He can walk to first base.
1-2, the count to Hendry Mendez. 1 out in the inning, 1-0 Reading. Pitch home is swung on, a ground ball towards the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Sinker at 96 from Sassana. Mendez barrels it up for a base hit. And here comes Felix Reyes. Now we got power on power.
Yeah, you do. Reyes will not get cheated at the plate, that's for sure. But that's good hitting by Mendez, and he's started to pick it up. He really has. He's becoming much more consistent, and a couple of games early in this series, he looked like he was really timing things up, and it's really a mistake by Susana on that pitch. He had him 1 ball and 2 strikes. He got way too much of the plate with a sinker. Mendez didn't try to do anything with it, just took it right back through the box, and once it got by Susana, it was into center field for a base hit.
So Mendez digs in, 1 out, and you got to give the Fightin Phils credit. They are attacking a hard-throwing pitcher, and they're just going up there swinging early. And the pitch to Reyes is bit outside for a ball. It's 1-0. 95 on that one from Sasana, who we said was closer to 98, 99, even 100 on Tuesday night. 1-0, Reyes will take it in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, you wonder if he's just not completely loose yet. He just doesn't seem like he's firing on all cylinders the way he was on Tuesday night. Now, it might just be a matter of time.
2-0 is up again. 3 balls and no strikes now to Felix Reyes.
But it's a lot more off-speed stuff and sinkers rather than just that rear back and fire hard fastball so far from Susana.
Mendez gets the lead off first. Reyes righty on righty against Susana. Pitch home. He swings and he hits it in the air, foul and out of play. It's 2-2. It's been a good week for Reyes. He's hitting .444 this week. OPS over 1,100. And has only struck out 1 time on the week. Felix Reyes has. And it's a 2-2 count to him. And the pitch, runner goes. Reyes takes for a ball. Throw to second is not in time. Bit of a delayed call by Ethan Gorsak, the umpire out there, but it looked like Mendez missed the tag, and that's what happened. So stolen base number 1 on the season for Hendry Mendez, and it's a 2-2 count to Felix Reyes.
Yeah, he picked a great pitch to run on. It was a breaking ball from Susana, and Stubbs had to wait, dig it out, and then make the throw down, and Mendez beats the throw.
And the pitch is swung on a broken bat towards the right side. The first baseman, Naranjo, fields it in the hole, fires to Susana covering the bag nicely. So 3-1 goes to put out. Mendez up to third, and that'll bring Leandro Pineda to the plate.
Well, that's 4 batters and 2 broken bats so far from Susana.
Mendez leads off third, second run of the night, 90 feet away from Reading, as Pineda's in from the left side. First pitch home is taken inside for a ball. It's 1-0.
Starting to see Pineda's hands come down just a little bit. His hands are way above his head earlier in the season.
And the 1-0. Bit up and away, 2-0. And it could very well be a case of, hey, lower your hands are, just quick punch to the ball. Quick punch to the ball, less distance to travel.
Get your bat through the zone faster, exactly right.
And to the zone faster, too.
Correct.
Short 2, long throw. 2 balls, no strikes, the pitch. He swings, hits it in the air, and he'll go out of play foul to the left side. 2 balls and 1 strike to Pineda. Pineda 2 for 14 this week, couple of runs scored. Did have a home run on Thursday night in Reading's win against Harrisburg. 2-1 is on the inside corner to the lefty. It's 2-2.
That's a tough pitch to Pineda. As much as he crowds the plate, even if he swings at that, that'd have been
Not
another
much you can do with it.
That'd have been another broken bat.
So 2 outs, Mendez on third, 1-0 Reading. Pineda will get time from home plate umpire Rafael Pineda. Rain has stopped. Still a very cloudy afternoon turned evening. And the 2-2 is low and away, 3-2.
That's a great take there.
And they're getting pitches on Susana. That was number 21 of the inning. He went 4 1/3 on Tuesday night, 3 runs, 4 hits. He struck out 9. Which is 1 shy of his season and career high. Next pitch, Pineda swings and a ground ball foul down the first base line. So we'll do it again here at 3 balls and 2 strikes. That Robert Moore home run was the 14th home run Reading has hit here this year in 14 games. On the road this year, where they've played 10 games, they've hit just 2 home runs. It's really putting those Hitters Park contentions into motion. 3-2 inside, ball 4. So a very good plate appearance with 2 outs from Leandro Pineda. First walk of the afternoon for Susana. And I'll put men on the corners, 2 outs for Trent Farquhar.
And that's also going to bring pitching coach Rico Beltran to the mound as well for a visit. As Jake said, they're starting to dip into the arsenal now for Susana. And again, this is also the second time in the series we're talking about. So it also becomes an advantage for the hitters because you've seen him pitch in this series already. And a great job there by Pineda to wait him out and ultimately draw a ball 4 and to kind of run the pitch count up. I gotta wonder if they're not seeing what we're talking about, and just in terms of the velocity from Susana, and make sure everything's okay. If there's just some hesitancy on his part in terms of kind of rearing back and firing, or if it's not anything physical, maybe during warm-ups he really didn't feel like he could spot his fastball. But maybe that's a piece of the conversation from Rigo Beltran to find out what's going on with the youngster in terms of why and what he feels comfortable throwing. Again, he's 6'6", he's 235 pounds, just turned 21 in March.
So here is Farquhar. First pitch is outside again with the fastball. It's 1-0. And it's not like the struggles with control is a new thing. He walked 6 on Tuesday night, which was a career high for the righty. 1-0. Farquhar takes it down. He checks his swing, but they'll appeal to Ethan Gorsak at third, who says no swing, and it's 2-0. Rain has started again. It's a drizzle. And the 2-0 is inside again. 3 balls and no strikes to Trent Farquhar.
Got to think this is a pure take spot here for Farquhar.
Yeah, you got to be taken all the way, you think. There is some stretching in the Harrisburg bullpen. No one throwing. Sana's at 25 pitches, and the 3-0 is over for a called strike, 3-1. Farquhar, as expected, was taken all the way. Men on the corners, 2 outs, bottom 1. 1-0 Reading. Pitch home. Swung on and a ground ball. Diving stop by the shortstop. Pena to his feet, throws the first on a hop, and it's in time. Very nice play by Pena at short to end this first inning. Reading does get a run on the Robert Moore home run. There were 2 hits, no errors. 2 men left on base. We played 1. Reading 1, Harrisburg 0. International Fireworks is the official sponsor of the Art Phil's fireworks shows during the 2025 season. Head to their store, 242 Sycamore Road in Douglasville, or visit fireworksrus.com. Well, the rain is lighting up again, and it's a 1-0 lead for Reading. Mitch Newborn back on the mound in this top half of the second inning, and it'll be 5, 6, and 7 to the plate for the Senators here in the inning. It'll start with the right-handed bat, Caden Wallace. Good first inning for Newborn, retired 3 of the 4 he faced. And Wallace will dig in from the right side. Newborn from the stretch, first pitch home. It's swung on and it's popped up foul. It's 0-1. Fightin Phillies, as customary on Sundays, in their Reading hot dog uniforms. Red and yellow on the front, white pants. And a cap that has a red brim, a blue backing, white front, and a hot dog plastered on the front. The 0-1. Swung on and a ground ball rolled foul to the left side. Harrisburg in the road grays. Read Harrisburg across the front. Pretty similar to the Nationals, probably more the old school Nationals road jerseys. After asking for time, Caden Wallace will step back in from the right side. Wallace 5 for 17 this week. He's driven in 5, along with a double and a home run. Pitch to him, swing and a miss, struck him out. Newborn climbs the ladder with a fastball, and that's strikeout number 2 for the righty, and that'll bring Carlos De La Cruz to the plate.
Well, pretty good job so far through 5 batters for Mitch Newborn in terms of spotting his pitches and mixing his pitches. He's kept them off balance. I mean, the only hit he's given up is the double by Morales, and that was kind of a fortuitous moment for Morales because he jammed him, and he just got it off the fist of the bat and found it.
Carlos De La Cruz takes the first for a strike. It's 0-1.
Painted the right field chalk line. So, I mean, really, you can't blame Morales even for the hit that they have so far.
0-1 the count to De La Cruz, who's back in the lineup today after a night off last night. 0-1. He will take it down 1-1. Be curious to see how long they push Newborn today, if he has success especially. Like we said, he's been a starter. He's been stretched out before, but not really this year. 1-1, and De La Cruz swings and fouls it back. It's 1-2.
Now that was pitch 21. If he can get through this inning pretty
Under 30.
smooth, yeah, you'd think he's going to certainly come back for the third. But they might have somebody up in the bullpen in the third just in case.
1-2 the count, and the pitch to De La Cruz, swing and a miss, struck him out. Newborn goes back to that high fastball, and De La Cruz swings through it. So back-to-back strikeouts for Newborn, 3 total today, and that'll bring Jeremy De La Rosa to the plate.
Well, he got Carlos the same way he got Caden Wallace, and that was high heat to get him to chase up high. And to get Carlos De La Cruz to chase up high, you got to go up high.
That is true. He's listed at 6'8", but he's always told us he's 6'9". First pitch is a ball. It's 1-0. And I know we've talked about this the last few years, but, you know, if Carlos does get up to the big leagues, he will be the tallest position player ever.
Right, which is the emphasis behind the 6'9", because 6'9" would make him the tallest position player.
1-0 is bit down. 2 balls, no strikes to De La Rosa. 2 outs, top of the second, 1-0 Reading. Bases are clear of Senators. I guess you could say the cabinet's clear of Senators, too. I don't know if that's the right word. The chamber, not cabinet. 2-0 is outside, 3-0. I got my government terms mixed up. It's been a while.
It's a Sunday. They're all empty.
The bases are chambers, clear of the Senators. And it's a 3-ball, no strike count here to Jeremy De La Rosa. Newborn ready, fires home. That's over for a called strike. It's 3-1. De La Rosa 2 for 12 this week. The 2 hits, a double and a home run. So it's a boom or bust. Next pitch is swung on, hit in the air towards center. Deep, but back is Prado. He's under it and makes the catch to retire the side in the second. 1-2-3 frame for Mitch Newborn. We will head to the bottom of the second. Reading 1, Harrisburg at 0. Bottom half of the second inning is brought to you by Cornwall Manor, an active senior living, not-for-profit community in scenic Cornwall, PA, outside of Lebanon. Crazy hot dog vendor doing his thing. Really showing off the cannon on this Sunday afternoon from baseball town. So Reading has a 1-0 lead in this home half of the second inning. And it'll be the bottom third of the lineup due up for Reading here against Jarlin Susana. Luis Verdugo will lead things off for Reading. And Bob, our hot dog list drought continues. We're going back 2 seasons at this point since we've last made a play.
Yeah, he almost collided with Maxwell Romero, the backup catcher. He got stuck here in front of our section, bound and determined to try to get it here. He's trying. A for effort.
So Luis Verdugo leads things off for Reading. He'll dig in from the right side. Sassana allowed just the 1 run last inning. Did give up a couple of hits, also walked the batter. First pitch home, Verdugo swings, hits a slicer towards shallow right. De La Cruz in, makes the catch. The right fielder does for out number 1. That's back-to-back innings, Bob, where Fightin's are swinging at the first pitch. Clearly they see something in Sassana they like.
Yeah, and again, the best I've seen at this point in time in terms of velocity from Sassana is 96. He has not rushed anything up there higher than that so far. So let's see if another inning of getting warmed up and makes a difference for him.
First pitch to Disson, inside, it's 1-0. That first pitch at 96 from Jarlin Sassana.
But there's something to be said for that, for a guy who's just trying to get the ball over the plate and establish getting ahead. You're up there swinging, first pitch.
Next pitch, and Disson will take it for a called strike. It's 1-1. Disson, a .258 hitter overall. He's 2 for 11 this week. Scored 3 runs, also has walked once. The pitch home is swung on, lifted out of play foul. It's 1-2. Disson, local product from Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Right down 422, about, say, 35, 40 minutes, depending on traffic.
And day of the week.
And day of the week. 1-2 is over for a called strike 3. So Disson goes down on strikes. That's the first strikeout of the night for Jarlin Sassana, and that'll bring Elio Prado to the plate now for the Fightin' Phils with 2 gone in the inning.
And that's somewhat telling as well. He struck out 9 and 4 1/3, and again he struck out going into today's game 35 in 23 innings, and here we are now 5 outs into this ball game before he gets his first strikeout.
First one home to Elio Prado is a slider over for a called strike. It's 0-1.
5 outs in, but also 8 batters in before he gets his first strikeout.
0-1. Prado swings, and it's a ground ball fair down the right field line. Dies kind of in the warning track by the tarp in right field. Prado around first towards second. De La Cruz gets to it. His throw was a bit errant, but a good backup by the third baseman Morales, and it's a 2-out double for Elio Prado. Right place, right time, and that'll bring Robert Moore to the plate.
Well,
Third hit today for Reading.
We talked about Yoande Morales for Harrisburg painting that first base chuck line a couple of times, and Prado just did the same thing. Off the end of the bat, but Naranjo off the line, and he painted it down the line. And good hustle by Prado as well to get the second. The ball, fortunately for Harrisburg, deflected back towards the base. If that ball deflected into the outfield, Prado was up and ready to go to third.
First pitch to Moore. This time he takes it for a ball. But it's 1-0.
It was a fortunate bounce for Harrisburg that the ball actually bounced back towards the third base bag and allowed Morales to get there and keep Prado from moving up to third base.
1-0 the count to Moore. Pitch home is outside, 2-0. Moore 1 for 1 today. Had a solo home run on the first pitch of the game. Thrown by Jarlin Sassana. Hit it well, deep into the left field seats over at the Seidel deck. And the 2-0 is swung on in a check swing foul, third base side. Moore 3 for 17 this week. 2 of those 3 hits have been home runs. He's got 3 RBI. He also leads the team in home runs with 4 and 15 RBI. It's not often a 5-7 usual middle infielder is your team leader in home runs, but here we are.
And RBIs.
And RBI. And the 2-1 outside, 3-1. But Moore told us yesterday in our pregame interview he spent a lot of time this offseason lifting and a lot of time eating. Went from 182 to 200 pounds.
You can really see it.
And
like
you can tell.
Yeah, especially in the legs. His thighs are way thicker now than they were a year ago. He's strengthened up.
3-1, swings and he fouls it back, 3-2. But he also said, while the strength is going to lead to more power, I also feel like he's added that bunting and contact element to his game as well. just trying to do all those things that he can to make himself a more complete baseball player. Also helps when you have a World Series champion executive as your dad who can kind of, tell you what he's looking for. 3-2 is up and away, ball 4. So good plate appearance by Robert Moore. Second walk issued by Jarlin Susana. That'll bring Aiden Miller to the plate. I mean, I'm sure it's a huge benefit where his dad can say, hey, I noticed this, you should work on this. Or, hey, I look for this in your position, you should do this.
No doubt about it, but I just think it's also trying to make himself a more complete player and figure out what his future is in the game. I mean, if Robert Moore is going to make it to the next level, it's going to be more than likely, at least initially, it's going to be as a utility player. And you got to find more things you can do.
First pitch to Miller is bounce of a slider. It's 1-0.
And so you got to play multiple positions. You got to play second and short, which you always did. You played third this year. Now last night you played center field. Right, you're adding that into the mix. Make yourself a more complete player. The more complete you are, the more opportunities you're going to present yourself at the next level.
1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs to Miller. Pitch to him. Inside, it's 2-0.
Look, there's no question that obviously there are guys who have a path carved for them. There are other people who have to carve their path, and Robert Moore fits into that latter category.
Miller 0 for 1 in tonight's ball game. Hit a broken bat fly ball to center his first time up. The 2-0 is over for a called strike. It's 2-1 to Miller. Miller, pair of home runs, 4 RBI on the season. Pitch to him. That's up 3-1. Fastball 95 from Susana. That was also pitch number 45 on the night for him.
Yeah, they're much more patient tonight against Susana than they have been just throughout the series. They've really worked the count. They've been patient.
3-1 to Miller. 2 on, 2 outs. Pitch home. Swinging a line drive. It gets by Pena into left center field, a base hit. Rounding third, it's Prado will score, and it's an RBI single for Aiden Miller, and the Fightin' Phils lead it 2-0.
That's just good baseball right there. That's Aiden Miller getting himself in a hitter's count at 3-1. Susana comes with a pitch that he can hit, and he hit it hard. And it's been a while since Aiden Miller has added on in the RBI column, so that's got to feel good for him. But he hit it hard, and the only possibility was for Pena to make some kind of a diving stop, but he could not do it. And again, here comes Rigo Beltran to come out and talk to Susana.
I mean, look at this inning. Fly ball strikeout. You're facing the 9-hitter Prado. Rolls a double, and it wasn't hit too softly, but it was right place, right time.
Right.
Double down the right field line. You then walk more in a pretty much non-competitive at-bat. And then Miller hits a hard-hit single. 109 off the bat. And like what we saw right there from Miller, work yourself into a hitter's count.
Yep.
Line drive single for an RBI. That's kind of what the Phillies, I think, too, are looking for in Aiden Miller. So every time you see that, you say, all right, that's kind of what you're looking for.
Yeah, and the unfortunate piece of that is for Aiden Miller, he has been I got to see if this is not going to be a similar situation what we had last night with Harrisburg. All of a sudden that they're going to say that Susana can't go. I mean, Beltran's out for a second straight inning. And whatever it is, there's definitely something different about Jarlin Susana today than there was on Tuesday. He's not throwing nearly as hard. And in this particular case, he's fallen behind in the count. But the Phils have either been aggressive on him on first pitch fastball, or they've patiently waited and made him throw a lot more pitches. And Harrisburg definitely concerned. They've had their pitching coach out to talk to him now in both innings.
So here is Hendry Mendez. First one to Mendez. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1.
And I'm
chasing after a slider.
Now Mendez had a patient at bat the last time up and just went right back through the box for a base hit.
No balls, 1 strike. Pitch home. That's upstairs. 1-1 to Mendez. And nobody's throwing, Bob, yet in the Harrisburg
Right,
bullpen.
that's why I thought perhaps this might be, he can't go. Let's get somebody in now, and then they give them the full complement of warm-ups.
So Mendez 1 for 1 today. He singled in the first, also stole a base. Both runners get their leads. Pitch home. Outside, it's 2-1.
I think it's something mechanical because when I was watching Rigo Beltran, it looked like he was kind of looking. That's part of the improvement with Susana is trying to get him to find a spot where he can repeat his mechanics. And that's why they thought he was going to be better this year and had been better this year in terms of the control.
Next pitch, up and in, almost hit Mendez. It's 3-1.
And I think that's what Rigo Beltran was trying to go work through when he was out on the mound, was trying to work through his mechanics. And now here we go again with Mendez in a similar 3-1 count that Aiden Miller was in.
3-1, 2 on, 2 outs, 2-0 Reading. Pitch home. Mendez swings and it's fouled back. It's 3-2.
Well, that's the first time he's got to 97. He'd gotten to 96 with a sinker. That's a four-seam fastball at 97. But it was there, and Mendez took a hack at it.
So full count, 2 outs. Both runners will get running starts. Neither being held on. And the pitch. Mendez swings, and he fisted foul down the left field line and out of play.
Good job by Mendez to protect. He was just a tick behind that. So first time he fouls it back, the next one he fouls away. So he's getting a little bit closer with the timing of it.
Sassana ready. 3-2 again. Swung on and fouled again down the left field line. 7th pitch of the at-bat to Hendry Mendez. That was number 53, thrown by Sassana.
I gotta think that this has got to be the end of the line for Sassana. If he can get out of this inning, I'd be really surprised if he's back out for a third inning.
3-2, 2 outs. 2-0 Reading. Bottom 2, runners on. We'll go. Here's the pitch. Mendez swings, and you'll never guess it. He fouled it again down the left field line. 8th pitch of the at-bat to Hendry Mendez.
So far through now almost 2 full innings, this really feels like a reversal of everything that we've seen through the first 5 games in this series. Reading is the aggressive hitter, and they're also fouling off a ton of pitches, just like Harrisburg did for the first 5 games.
3-2 again. Be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. The pitch. Swung on a ground ball towards the middle. Right to Pena, who hadn't played perfectly at short. He fires the first in time. I mean, Mendez, great at-bat. Got a good swing, put in a good spot. But Pena just was 1 step ahead of him. So 6-3 goes the put out. That's the end of the 2nd inning. And in the frame, Reading gets 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We will head to the 3rd. Harrisburg, 0. Reading, 1. Top half of the 3rd inning. We want to thank our good friends at Pepsi for presenting the 2025 season here in Baseball Town. Go Fightin' Phillies and drink more Pepsi. So 2-0 Reading on top. Mitch Newborn back on the mound in this top half of the 3rd inning. He'll get 8-9-1 of the Harrisburg lineup. It'll start with CJ Stubbs, and we are very excited to be joined in the booth. First time we've had any guests in the booth this year, so big honor there by Dave Patty from Customers Bank. Dave, how you doing?
Great, thank you. It's quite an honor to be here. You know, it's one of those things where frankly, you want to come in and talk. And you also are just hoping it goes 1, 2, 3, right? So it's a tough place to be.
First pitch to CJ Stubbs, a strike. It's 0-1. So today is our part of our Customers Bank Ready Set Read program. Could you kind of explain to our listeners a little bit more of what that entails and why you guys are kind of out here today?
Sure, and it's exciting because it's the 10th year that we've celebrated Ready, Set, Read here at the ballpark, and taking it to FirstEnergy Stadium and engaging the parents and the children who are here is always exciting. Ready, Set, Read is about understanding that if we can help families to work with their young people before 3rd grade and get them up to reading proficiency before 3rd grade, they are set for success throughout their life. That reading is fundamental not only to language skills, but to social studies, to science, to even math. You still have to be able to read, to communicate with others, explain things.
1-2 to Stubbs. A swung on, hit out down the left field line. It's a fair ball. One hops the wall. Mendez fishes it out of the corner. Stubbs will pull into second base for a leadoff double. So C.J. Stubbs is aboard. Viandel Pena is up. And I believe it's called the summer slide is kind of one of the things with
one of the
summer
things,
coming up.
Right. One of the things that we attack is the fact that just when school ends, sometimes, not just with the children themselves, but with the families, we kind of get this, it's over until September. Well, it's not over. We need to, just like when you're on the off season, spring training means something because you got to get back into the groove.
Summer break is kind of like student spring training.
Exactly. And what we want to do is keep some programs going over the summer, so there's a lot about that. But year-round, Ready, Set, Read provides tutoring and people who come in and read to children and giving people the right books and giving them some help with the language skills.
So Pena up, first pitch, he squares the bunt, and he bunts it foul. It's 0-1. So
there's probably a lot of analogies to baseball. You think about all this, a five-tool player, and we need a five-tool player when they graduate from high school, when they go to post-secondary education, someone who's ready and prepared for the workplace. You're going to be working for a long, long time. But reading is really the first basics.
That's what we say. You got to be able to read and write, kind of build on that for whatever comes next, no matter what you want to do after high school. Here's the 0-1. It's swung on, and that's a line drive down the right field line towards the corner. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Stubbs around third, he'll score. Pena heads towards second. That's where he'll stop. So it's an RBI double for Viandel Pena. That's his third double of the year, RBI number 5, and now it's 2-1. Reading still on top. So for everyone over at Customers Bank and kind of deciding, okay, we're going to put a lot of our efforts and resources into reading and education and just trying to prevent that summer slide. Why was kind of that the direction you guys wanted to go when it came to giving back to this community?
Sure, yeah, great question. I mean, in 2024 alone, Customers Bank's philanthropy, our corporate giving, was $5.1 million. And first and foremost to us is kids and education, because it is so fundamental to everything else. Frankly, even just growing the economy in the towns in which we provide banking services, that town will have a stronger economy if there's good education.
No balls, one strike. The count to the leadoff man, Philip Glazer. Pena off second, still no outs, and the pitch is swung on a ground ball towards the middle. Miller charges, fields it, throws the first in time. Pena gets the third, so 1 out of the inning. Likely brings the infield in for Nick Schnell. So back to kind of what we were talking about. Yeah,
Customers Bank is celebrating its 15th anniversary, by the way, this year. Since 2009, 2010, depending how you count our starting point. But since the beginning, and great question, since the beginning, Jay Sadu, our chairman, Dickey's the now retired president and CEO, but Sam Sadu, our current president, have always said, look, let's invest in education because it truly is an investment. There's a return for our towns and the place where we bank. And while Reading is our hometown, always will be our hometown, care intensely about Reading and Berks, we bank around the country. People bank on their phones now, and that means wherever they are, they can be in touch with us.
First pitch to Schnell, a strike. Second one, a ball, so it's 1-1. Infield's up, 1 out. Top half of the third inning. Reading leads 2-1, trying to maintain that 1-run lead. Once again, I'm Jake Starr. We're very glad to be joined by Dave Patty from our good friends over at Customers Bank. Next pitch, Schnell swings in a foul ball, 1-2. So kind of the relationship with the Phils and Customers Bank is a big one, and it's an ever-growing one. And Customers Bank is kind of attached to, it's the ticket office, the 50-50. I could kind of keep going from there.
Right.
We are just so appreciative of everything that Customers Bank has done to kind of help grow that relationship here at the Fightin' Phils. What is it about the Phils and Customers Bank that makes that such a symbiotic partnership?
Yeah, it's you're going to get vocabulary words for symbiotic.
Hey, we're talking ready, set, read. You got to open up the vocabulary.
Yeah.
Snell's swinging a miss, so he's down on strikes. 2 outs.
I love that description because Reading Fightin' Phils are part of the fabric of this community, as we hope we are. I am one of the 2,753,000 people who say they were here when Greg Lazinski hit the home run.
Anniversary of that, I believe, was 2 days ago.
Was
too.
it really?
Yeah.
Okay. But I grew up at this ballpark. A lot of us, who were with the bank, grew up at this ballpark, and so we wouldn't have had that same feeling. People grew up with Customers Bank, And we are, frankly, much more of a commercial bank than a retail bank. So we would love to have everyone's, savings account or checking account, but we're really about the small businesses. And if you look around the signs around this, other than the banks, but the signs on the outfield out there, a lot of them are our clients. And we have helped start a lot of businesses. And a lot of the people who were on the field with me earlier today are people who are lenders to those small businesses, and that really changes lives.
Next pitch to Morales, a strike. So it's 1-2, 2 outs, men on third in Viandel Pena. 1 run already home for Harrisburg in the inning. Once again, Jake Starr, very glad to be joined by Dave Patty from Customers Bank on our 10th annual Ready, Set, Read Day here at the ballpark. Always a very special day.
Sure.
And the 1-2 home is a bit outside, 2-2. And you talked about it. It's that small business. It's that connection. And there's so many small businesses in this community of Reading, just Berks as a whole, kind of having that connection, whether it's the Phillies or Customers Bank, really helps facilitate a lot of it.
Right. Well, I'll see your symbiotic and raise you a synergy.
Okay. That one's a line drive in the right field base hit. So Pena scores on an RBI single from Morales. It's 2-2.
But it's amazing what people do when they talk to each other, communicate, share ideas, as we do with Scott Hunsinger all the time, with Anthony, with a lot of people on the team. But also, by us being around the country, we met some great folks in New York City that have another reading program called the Read Alliance, and we brought that to Reading, introduced them to the United Way, and said, hey, we have friends at the United Way in Berks County who do this Ready, Set, Read thing. Let us talk to them about during the school year, so not summer slide, during the school year, phonics-based program that uses high school juniors and seniors to tutor first and second graders. So that's now going in Reading also with our sponsorship and with the United Way, and delivering in Reading and Berks the results that it delivers in New York City. And now collectively, we're taking it to other states. So those synergies of that community partnership, the idea of community banking being all about everyone knows each other and can work together, extends to so much else in the community.
That is awesome stuff, Dave. So Al Padrique's out. Mitch Newborn's day is done. We're going to take a break, and with that, Dave Patty from Customers Bank, we thank you so much for joining us and for your partnership.
Thanks.
All right, we'll be back after this. The new pitcher here on the Fightin' Phils Radio Network. Still at the top of the third, 2-2 ball game now, and new pitcher in for Reading is Jack Dallas.
Dallas making his 8th appearance of the season. He does not yet have a decision. 3.65 earned run average in 12 and a third innings pitched. 13 hits, 9 runs, only 5 of them earned. 11 strikeouts, 4 walks, and has not surrendered a home run.
First pitch to Joe Naranjo is a strike. It's 0-1. So Newborn goes 2 2/3, allows 4 hits. Currently on the hook for 2 runs, no walks, 4 strikeouts. Strong first 2 innings. The second time through, Harrisburg definitely sized them up a bit. 0-1 is a bit outside. It's 1-1. Once again, a big thank you to Dave Patty from our friends over at Customers Bank for joining us in the first part of this inning on our 10th annual Ready, Set, Read Day, of course sponsored by Customers Bank. Ball and a strike, 2 outs. Leading off first is Morales. And the pitch is a bit outside for a ball. It's 2-1.
Well, we talked in the last inning that I said I'd be surprised if Jarlin Susana comes back out for the 3rd inning. There's nobody up in the bullpen, so it looks like he is going to come back for the 3rd.
2-1, the count to Naranjo, who's 0 for 1 tonight. Next pitch, swung on, line drive towards the middle, base hit in the center field. And up to second goes Morales, so back-to-back singles for Harrisburg. 4th hit of the inning for the Senators, and that'll bring Caden Wallace up with 2 outs.
Very big spot here for Jack Dallas. All about, from a relief pitcher standpoint, inherited runners scored. So you come into a situation, it's a 2-2 game, you inherit 1 runner. Well, now you just put 1 runner on. Now that go-ahead run's now at second base with 2 outs. A big spot to get Caden Wallace, who has been kind of a hit-or-miss series so far for Caden Wallace.
Dallas has pitched well lately, has not allowed an earned run over his last 4 outings. That's 6 2/3 innings of length. First pitch to Wallace is a curveball, a bit inside. It's 1-0. Dallas also someone who's gone 2 innings 4 times, so you got to think that they're going to try to stretch him to 2, considering today is a bullpen day for the Fightin Phils. And the 1-0 is swung on and hit a mile high towards left. Not deep at all. Mendez, the left fielder, comes in and he will make the catch. And that will retire the side here in the 3rd. 2 runs for Harrisburg in the inning. They had 4 hits. There were no errors. 2 men left on base. We will head to the bottom of the 3rd. All tied up to a piece between Reading and Harrisburg. Bottom half of the 3rd inning is brought to you by Swartz Culleton PC. You can expect reliable and experienced attorneys who are committed to getting you justice after a serious personal injury. Call Swartz Culleton today at 1-800-JUSTICE. New ball game 2-2, bottom 3, after Harrisburg scored a couple in the top of the 3rd inning. Once again, Jake Starr, Bob McCool. Final game of a 6-game series between Reading and Harrisburg. And the Fightin Phils are going to look to salvage a 2nd game before tomorrow's off day and trip to Binghamton next week. Middle 3rd of Al Patrique's lineup due up against Jarlin Sassana, who is back out, much to at least Bob McCool's surprise.
Yeah,
and Felix Reyes leads off.
This is going to be interesting to me to see what and how Sassana goes about it, what his approach is. And again, if you're the Phils, they have been aggressive against him early in the count, early in the lineup.
First pitch to Mendez. He takes it for a ball. It's 1-0. Mendez 0 for 1 tonight, grounded into a 3-1 ground out his first time up.
Do I see shadows?
I was going to say, dare I say, Bob, there might be sun peeking through.
I see shadows.
1-0 is swung on and a ground ball foul past Al Patrique in the third base coach's box. It's 1-1.
So he starts Reyes with 2 sliders.
Al's taking a heck of a run to get that foul ball. He's almost in deep left.
Getting his cardio in.
And the 1-1. Reyes will take it for a called strike. It's 1-2. It's been a strong start to the season for Reyes. He's at 290, a home run, 4 RBI. Already has 4 doubles as well. And the 1-2. He swings and he hits it in the air out towards center. Not deep to his right, and in comes Schnell. And the center fielder makes the catch for out number 1. And that'll bring Leandro Pineda to the plate. Pineda walked his first time up. One of those many prolonged at-bats against Jarlin Sassana. Pitch home, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Pineda hit his first home run of the season on Thursday night. It was a first inning home run for the lefty. 0-1 is a bit inside. It's 1-1. Ball that he hit out to left field. Didn't look like it had a chance at first, and then it was a windy night. Just kept carrying and carrying, and eventually out of the ballpark. The 1-1 swung on and a line drive, base hit to left field. So it's a 1-out single for Leandro Pineda, who goes the other way. Good piece of hitting from the lefty, Bob.
Yeah, it's very much so. He got in on him a little bit, strong enough to get it out over and into left field. But again, a lot of that power is coming from the pitcher. He has now hit 97, 98, and 98 on 3 different pitches in this inning, and that is the highest he has hit in terms of velocity. So now the Phils, again, just making contact with 98 is going to increase the ability for power. And a great job by Pineda to just get enough of it, serve it into left field for a base hit.
So here's Trent Farquhar from the left side. Farquhar 0 for 1 in tonight's ball game. And the pitch is a bit up for a ball. It's 1-0.
Morales at third up, not quite on the grass, but on the edge of the grass at third, just in case Farquhar has any ideas of dropping a bunt down.
Pineda gets the lead off first. He has stole a base this year. And the next pitch to Farquhar is a sinker that's swung on a miss. It's 1-1.
Also with a runner at first, it opens up the hole for Farquhar on the right-hand side. Looked like that's what he was trying to do there, trying to get out in front of it and slap it through the right side.
1-1 is down. 2 balls, 1 strike. Farquhar hitting 200 this week, 3 for 15. Couple of runs scored. He has homered and has driven in 3. 1 out, bottom 3. 2-2 game. Pitch home is over for a called strike. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch is down, 3-2. That was pitch number 67, thrown by Jarlin Sasana tonight. Season high is 90, also a career high. That's what he threw on Tuesday night in his 4 1/3 innings pitch. 3-2, runner goes. Pitch outside, ball 4, so it won't matter. Good plate appearance from Trent Farquhar. Another walk issued by Sasana, his 3rd. And running has been on 1st and 2nd, 1 out for Luis Verdugo.
And I like the idea of getting Pineda running a little bit. Sasana's going to be a little slow to get to the plate because of his size and overall wind up to get to the plate. So a good idea to get Pineda running, and it turns into a good, productive at-bat by Farquhar. Now the Phil's trying to cash something in here.
First one to Verdugo is outside. It's 1-0. Luis Verdugo 0 for 1 in tonight's ball game. Flew out the right his first time up. And the pitch is outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Verdugo 3 for 16 this week. 2 of those 3 a double and homer. And a 2-0 is a slider that gets the inside corner for a strike. It's 2-1. And Sasana ready at the letters. 2 on, 1 out in the 3rd. Pitch home is up. It's 3-1. So 3 walks already issued by Sasana. Verdugo's in a hitter's count, 3-1. And the righty's ready, fires home. Verdugo takes it up in the zone for a strike. It's 3-2.
Verdugo took a step towards first base as if it were ball 4, but that was definitely in the strike zone.
So the count's full, 1 out. Pineda leads off 2nd. Farquhar leads off 1st. And neither's being held on as the infield plays back, trying to turn 2. And the pitch is swung on and fouled straight back, and the count stays full. Verdugo in his first year in the Phillies organization. Signed as a minor league free agent this past winter from the Cubs. 3-2, swing and a miss, struck him out in front of a slider from Sasana. Just his 2nd strikeout tonight. And that'll bring Jordan Disson in the plate with 2 outs.
And now we get some activity up in the Harrisburg bullpen. Todd Peterson, right-hander, up and getting loose.
First pitch to Disson, started and stopped. They'll appeal, and Tyler Whitty at first. The crew chief says no swing. Now it's a 7-pitch at bat to Luis Verdugo that he struck out on. And it's 1 ball, no strikes to count. The pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1. Got him out in front of a slider at 83. This in, the other strikeout for Sasana today. He went down looking back in the second. As the runners on first and second get their leads. Pitch home, swing and a miss, 1-2. That time he dials it up to 98.
Yep. Yeah, he's got a little bit more velocity, certainly in inning number 3 than he did in 1 and 2. Now, how much of that had to do with a conversation that took place in the dugout? How much that had to do with the fact, again, we did have a delayed start tonight, whether that had any issues with Susana just not feeling right at the start.
1-2, 2 outs, the pitch. That's up and away, 2-2.
But we saw a lot more off-speed stuff from Susana in the first 2 innings. And again, just going off the radar gun, just the velocity just was not as strong, certainly as it was on Tuesday.
And the 2-2 is over for a called strike 3. Got the inside corner with a cutter, and that will retire the side here in the 3rd. No runs for the Fightins. They had a hit, no errors, 2 men left. We have played 3 on to the 4th, tied up at 2 between Reading and Harrisburg. Top half for the 4th inning. Reading 2, Harrisburg 2. And to take over on the play-by-play, it's Bob McCool.
Can't it be much more even than this? 2 runs on 5 hits, no errors for Harrisburg. 2 runs on 5 hits, no errors for the Fightin Phils. Harrisburg has left 3 men on base. The Phils have left 6 on base. Jack Dallas back out to work. He came on to get the last, faced 2 batters in the 3rd and got the 3rd and final out in inning number 3 after Mitch Noonborn started. So Jack Dallas will now face Carlos De La Cruz, Jeremy De La Rosa, and C.J. Stubbs for Harrisburg here in the 4th. De La Cruz struck out his first time up facing Noonborn. Oscar Salazar coaching at 3rd base as he has throughout this series for Harrisburg, the developmental coach for the Senators. And the first pitch to De La Cruz is up and in for a ball. Delano DeShields, their manager, was at the first base box for the first 4 games, and the players were taking that responsibility last night and again tonight. And there's a swing and a miss as De La Cruz is late on a fastball from Dallas. It's 1-1. Right now it's Jared McKenzie who's coaching at first for the Senators. 1 ball and 1 strike from Jack Dallas. And this one lined into right field, falling fast, so that's going to be a base hit for De La Cruz. Carlos De La Cruz with his 4th hit of the series. He is a leadoff base runner. And now the Senators have the go-ahead run on base to start this 4th inning. And they'll bring up Jeremy De La Rosa. De La Rosa flew out to center field his first time up. Harrisburg with 3 more doubles in this game. They now have 16 doubles in this series and 10 home runs. in addition to Yoande Morales' triple last night. So they have peppered the Fightin's pitching staff with extra base hits. And the first pitch to McKenzie's up and away for a ball. De La Cruz with just one stolen base on the season. Decent sized lead for Carlos. 1-0 pitch coming to De La Rosa. Left-handed hitter takes it up high. There's a snap throw down. Disson throws down. No problem for De La Cruz to get back. Being held on there by Leandro Pineda at first. Keaton Anthony getting tonight off. De La Rosa 2 for 13 now in the series. Both, like everybody else, extra base hits, a double and a home run. 1 ball and 1 strike to him. De La Cruz does take off a delayed steal. The throw down is wide of the bag, and De La Cruz gets the steal. And I believe the pitch was a strike. It was, so it's strike 2 now to De La Rosa with De La Cruz on second base with the stolen base. The Carlos with the delayed steal, and Disson's throw sailed to the third base side of the bag for Aiden Miller to try to put the tag down. De La Cruz steals it easily. So he's now in scoring position with nobody out. And 1 ball and 2 strikes to De La Rosa. And that pitch just misses up high, I believe, a bit. It's 2-2. Phil's bullpen is quiet. Todd Peterson had been up. Here's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. De La Rosa goes down swinging. First strikeout for Jack Dallas, a big one there with a runner at second, now in 1 out. Todd Peterson had been up and warming up at the tail end of the top half, or the bottom half of the 3rd inning, but then had sat down a little bit, now standing around in the bullpen. So I'm not sure if he is loose and ready to come in or if he's going to wait and see if he's needed in the 4th, as CJ Stubbs fouls one out of play. Stubbs got his first hit of the series his last time up, and he started a 2-run rally for Harrisburg into 3rd. He doubled, followed by Viandel Pena's double to get the first run across. No balls and a strike now to Stubbs. That's there for a called strike at the letters, and Jack Dallas quickly ahead of CJ Stubbs. No balls and 2 strikes. Dallas, the 26-year-old right-hander. Pitched predominantly at Jersey Shore last year with a late season promotion here to Reading. 0-2 pitch from him is lifted straight up behind home plate. Disson off with a mask back to the fence, and he'll make the catch right up against the fence. Fine job by Jordan Disson to get the mask, find the ball, find the fence, and make the catch before any other issues arise. The Phils had some issues with that last night on finding and locating foul balls behind home plate, but Disson gets the job done there, and a big second out now for Jack Dallas, with De La Cruz still staying put at second base. And now something going on with Carlos. Oscar Salazar, the third base coach, is now headed down to talk to De La Cruz. I don't know if Carlos maybe ripped open the knee on the slide to second base. Looking at his left knee, and the pant leg of his knee is all, I'm not sure if it's ripped open or just dirty, but based on everything, I'm guessing that maybe Carlos was bleeding it from that knee. I'm not sure what it was, but Carlos says, I'm fine, let's just play. So 2 outs now in the inning. The runner still at second base, and now Viandel Pena, who, as I just mentioned, an RBI double his last time up as he pulled it down the right field line. Felix Reyes, the right fielder, still playing well off the line towards right center field. And the first pitch to Pena is outside for a ball. So Pena with 3 hits in this series, and now 2 of them extra base hits, a double and a home run. Hitting .094 when tonight's game began. Back to De La Cruz at second, comes to the plate, and he chases up high and swings and misses. It's 1-1. Top of the order, and Philip Glasser in the on-deck circle if Pena can reach. As De La Cruz takes his lead off of second. Aiden Miller cheating behind him to keep him close. 1-1 pitch. There for a called strike 2. Time called now at the plate by Pena. Dallas back to second, comes to the plate. Slap to one left side. Miller, backhander, off balance throw, not in time. As Pena will leg it out. It'll be an infield single for Viandel Pena. Aiden Miller did what he could, but it was a slow roller. De La Cruz was kind of shielding him a little bit as well. And an off balance throw, couldn't get a whole lot on it. Got it there, but not in time. Pena from the left-hand batter's box beats it out. So an infield single for Pena, his second hit. 7th hit of the game now for the Senators. They've got runners at the corners and a tough out throughout this series. Philip Glasser at the plate. Glasser 0 for 2 tonight. 12 for 24 in this series. First pitch from Dallas. Swing and a miss. Glasser. Hefty cut comes up empty. Luis Verdugo at third, playing even at the bag at third base, and much more down the line against the left-hand hitting Glasser. 0-1 pitch from Dallas. Lined into center field. Prado gets over and he'll make the catch, and that will do it with no damage for the Senators here in the fourth. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. They do leave 2. We head to the bottom of the fourth. We're tied at 2 in Baseball Town. Klein Transportation is proud to be the official transportation provider of the Reading Fightin' Phils. Klein Transportation gets the R-Phils to all their road trips throughout the 2025 season. For more information, go to kleintransportation.com. And with that, coming in to start this fourth inning, the Everett University Golden Wolves call. The bullpen has been made for the Harrisburg Senators. Right-hander Todd Peterson on now.
11th appearance of the year for Peterson. 1-0, a 4.50 ERA. 12 innings pitched, 11 hits, 8 walks, 10 strikeouts. He's allowed 2 home runs, and opponents are hitting .239 against him.
Eliel Prado, and then the top of the order, Robert Moore and Aiden Miller to bat for the Phils here in the fourth. A little bit late to get to his post is Carlos De La Cruz. I think Carlos was getting
Pena was late too, and so was Glasser.
I was assuming Carlos was getting that knee tended to in the dugout. Again, he slid into second base in that stolen base. It looked like he may have certainly ripped open a pant leg and may have ripped open his skin a little bit in the leg. So Carlos was getting some medical attention. And now we're ready to go. And the first pitch from Peterson. Prado swings and hits it in the hole. Morales off balance throw across the diamond, and Naranjo cannot hold on. Prado is on board. We'll see how they score it. It was a tough play for Morales, ranging far to his left, and then tried to spin and put something on the throw and pulled Naranjo off the base. It is a base hit for Prado.
That's anything but a routine play. It would have been a heck of a play if he made that at short. But, yeah, I mean, if you're Prado, good placement of that and good hustle down the line.
So the first pitch thrown from Peterson is a base hit for Prado, and now Robert Moore steps to the plate, shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes it for a ball. Morales was ready for it. He is up even with the bag at third. Robert Moore started this game with a solo home run and then walked his last time up. So officially 1 for 1. His 4th home run and 15th RBI of the season. He's also obviously scored a run as well. It's now 2 balls and no strikes to the switch hitter batting left, as Peterson misses his second up and in. So Prado takes his lead off of first. Now he's the go-ahead run representative for the Fightins. They can get him around. And Moore takes that one for a called strike 1. 2 balls and 1 strike. First couple innings, lots of off and on rain showers. Right now looks pretty clear here at FirstEnergy Stadium. Hopefully it'll stay that way. 2 balls and a strike. Pickoff attempt. Prado not much of a lead. Not really much of an effort on the pickoff for Peterson. 27-year-old right-hander. Another big dude in that bullpen. 6'5", 230. Native of St. Petersburg, Florida. An LSU product. 2-1 pitch. Shows bunt. Gets it down, but foul. So Robert Moore again trying to drop that bunt down quickly on Morales, but bunts it foul, and now the count is 2-2. And so with that, now Morales can go back at third base. Plays him well off the line. Cheats him much more towards the shortstop position, with Pena, the shortstop, cheating up the middle. So pulling everything to pull for Robert Moore in the infield. And he fouls that one out of play to stay alive at 2-2. Aiden Miller in the on-deck circle. Elio Prado at first, nobody out. Bottom half of the 4th inning and a 2-2 tie. Getaway game of a 6-game series that the Senators have won 4 out of 5. This one lifted, fouled on the third baseline. Another quality at bat right now for Robert Moore. Prado takes his lead, pitch to the plate. He's low and inside, it's 3-2. So after falling behind in the count, Robert Moore has now worked the count full. Prado takes off. Moore drives this one to center field. Schnell in a little bit, then goes back on it and makes the snow cone catch right before the fence. Schnell started in on it and then realized it was over his head, but he got back there in time to make the catch. And Prado has to retreat back to first base.
Yeah, good swing from Moore. 102 off the bat, 376 feet, but hit it to the biggest and deepest part of the park. So Schnell able to track it down.
That'll bring up Aiden Miller. Miller flew out to center field, singled and drove in a run his last time up. And this time he beats one foul down the third baseline. So just the 5th RBI of the season for Aiden Miller, and it seems like it's been an awful long time since RBI number 4. It's a long time between the 4th and 5th RBI of the year for Aiden Miller. Have to wait for left fielder Philip Glasser to get back. He had to go pick up that foul ball down the bullpen, the old bullpen. No balls and a strike. And Miller fouls this one straight back. So it's no balls and 2 strikes to Aiden Miller. Peterson getting a little edgy. We're edgy, worried about Elio Prado at first base. Prado 2 for 2 in the steal category so far. Maybe take another half a step lead here. And a swing and a miss as he takes Aiden Miller to his knees, chasing a curveball. Miller a strikeout victim for out number 2 here in the 4th. First, obviously, for Peterson since coming in. I'll bring up Hendry Mendez. Mendez 1 for 2 on the night. Singled in the first, grounded out to short his last time up. Swings at the first pitch, lifts this one into center, left center field. And Philip Glasser will call everybody off, and he'll make the catch for the 3rd and final out. So the Phils get the leadoff base runner, but they cannot take any advantage of it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 more left on base for the Fightin' Phils. We'll head to the 5th. It's still tied at 2. Jack Dallas is back out to start this 5th inning. And Mitch Noonborn started. Went 2 2/3 of an inning. Jack Dallas taking over to finish off the 3rd. Gets himself through the 4th. Got into a little bit of trouble, but was able to work out of that. And starts here in the 5th to face 2, 3, and 4 due up in the lineup for Harrisburg. Nick Schnell, Yoande Morales, and Joe Naranjo. Schnell, the left-hand hitter, 0 for 2 so far in this game. Struck out both times he faced Noonborn. And this one he rolls it towards second base. Farquhar backhands it. Throw in the dirt, no problem for Pineda. 1 pitch and 1 out here in the 5th for the Senators.
Good play by Farquhar at second. And Dallas back out for his 2nd full inning of work. Stranded the 1 and Herod in the 3rd, had a good 4th, and see if he can get through the 5th, and then probably hand the keys over to the next man up in the Fightin's bullpen today.
Yoande Morales now bats, and the first pitch to him is a curveball. Had him kind of ducking out of the way a little bit of it. Morales 2 for 2 on the night. Double and single, drove in a run his last time up.
And Bob, the vegetables get the people going.
Yeah, they do.
I haven't seen this many people excited about vegetables since a kid was told he didn't have to eat them.
Dallas works ahead of Morales. No, the ball's in 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. D-right 3, and Morales goes down on 3 straight pitches. First time he has retired tonight. And for Jack Dallas, his 2nd strikeout since coming in. He has quickly worked his way into a great position here in the 5th. As Joe Naranjo now will bat. Naranjo 1 for 2 so far in the game. And the first pitch to him is over for a called strike. And the second is outside for ball. And our Fightin' Phil's alumni report presented by Deer Country. Another good day today for Cade Fergus in game 1 of the doubleheader. Cade Fergus 2 for 5 with a couple of runs scored in that first game of that doubleheader. He has been unbelievable since getting called up to AAA. He was struggling to get something going here in Reading, but since the call up to AAA, he's been having himself a heck of a run. And so too are the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. They split their doubleheader today. And that pitch is up high to Naranjo. It's now 3 balls and a strike. And he fouls that one straight back to make it a 3 balls and 2 strike count. And fouls another one away. Cade Fergus in his time at Lehigh Valley right now. He's hitting 185 when he left town. He's hitting 407 with the Iron Pigs.
It's pretty good.
You explain that, Jake. You're so smart.
I mean, well, the potential's there for Fergus. We've seen it the last couple of years, so it's really cool to kind of see him having this level of success as Dallas issues his first walk to Naranjo.
Just missed outside on a 3-2 count, so Naranjo draws the first base on ball surrendered by Jack Dallas. So that is our alumni report, again presented by Deer Country, as Caden Wallace now bats. Wallace 0 for 2 on the day, 5 for 19 in this series. First pitch started and stopped, and it's over for a called strike. The Iron Pigs won the first game 13-1. They lost the second game 7-6 to Rochester, the AAA affiliate of the Washington Nationals. Now balls and a strike now to Caden Wallace, and that's fouled straight back. So the Iron Pigs now with their split are 23-10. Rochester, on the other hand, with the split is 8-24. Naranjo takes his lead off of first, 2 down. No balls and 2 strikes to Caden Wallace. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that will do it for the Senators here in the 5th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 more left on base. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th, still tied at 2. About to begin the bottom half of the 5th inning. This inning is presented by Cornwall Manor, unique and charming community nestled on 190-acre wooded campus with many walking trails, including the Lebanon County Rail Trail. So after Jarlin Susano went the first 3 innings, Todd Peterson back out to pitch his 2nd inning of work. He will face Felix Reyes, Leandro Pineda, and Trent Farquhar. 2 up in Al Padrique's lineup here in the bottom of the 5th. 2-2 is our score. Reyes 0 for 2 so far on the day. Reyes grounded out to first, his first time up, and flew out to center field in the 3rd. Reyes 4 for 11 in this series. A couple of doubles and 4 RBIs, and swings again at the first pitch and fouls it straight back. So right now there's some, I was going to say there's no activity in the Phil's bullpen, but now there is. No balls and 2 strikes now to Reyes. Looks like Travis Kuhn is the next up in the Phil's bullpen. 0-2 pitch. Serves this one into right field, falling fast, and will drop in front for a base hit. Felix Reyes just kind of reached out and poked it into right field for a leadoff single.
Bob, you got to love this sport. Yesterday, he hits on 117 off the bat. Hardest I remember seeing a ball hit here in a few years, and it's a nice play by the Lawson at shortstop. Today, Reyes hits 164 off the bat, and he drops it in some green grass for a base hit.
You'll never figure it out. Don't try. You just drive yourself crazy. There's no justice in it. There's not simply that easy. Maybe there is justice, because then you hit one like that, you get a base hit out of it. There's your justice. Leandro Pineda now bats. He had a base hit his last time up. He rolls this one towards second. Wallace flips to second for 1. The relay is not in time. Pineda gets down to first base to beat the relay, so it's a force out at second, out number 1.
Fielders' choice goes 4-6, and Pineda was hustling down the line, so you at least limit it to just 1. Let's see what Trent Farquhar can do.
Farquhar 0 for 1 on the day. He walked his last time up. Left-handed hitter. Farquhar 3 for 15 in this series. And he takes the first pitch over for a called strike. Peterson, drafted by the Washington Nationals in 2019 in the 7th round out of LSU. And that's over for a called strike. Pineda takes his lead off of first, 1 out. And this one again tapped on the right side towards Wallace at second base. He's got only 1 play here, and that's to flip it to first. Pineda moves up to second.
like you said, only play while it's had there. So basically it serves as a bunt. So, if Verdugo singles here, it's a productive out. So let's see if Verdugo can find some green grass here.
He's 0 for 2 so far, with Pineda now at second base and 2 down. Good sized lead off of second, and the first pitch to Verdugo is outside for a ball. Verdugo does have 3 RBIs in this series, 10 on the season. Phils have not trailed in this game as of yet. And there's a breaking ball that misses inside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Actually, it's 2 balls and no strikes, I stand corrected. We've been tied since Harrisburg scored 2 in the top of the third. Tied at 2. Teams even, 2 runs on 7 hits each. Swing and a miss. Came back with a 2-0 slider. Verdugo thinking he was going to get the fastball and did not. So still in a good count at 2-1. And misses up high. It's 3-1. Right back with another slider from Peterson. And serves this one down the first base line and foul and out of play. Peterson started last season at High A Wilmington, was called up to Harrisburg on May 14th and finished the season with the Senators. Three balls and 2 strikes now to Verdugo. Outside, ball 4. Peterson started off the mound thinking he got the spot that he was looking for, but it was up and away.
Yeah, no, that was definitely out from Todd Peterson. So good take and a good plate appearance on Luis Verdugo. I feel like Reading hitters have had a lot of really good at-bats today. Only the 2 runs to show for it here, but here's Disson still looking for his first RBI since joining Reading this season. Right now would be a great time for that, Bob.
Well, he's probably happy Jarlin Susana is out. He was 0 for 2 with 2 bats against Susana, so he faces Peterson for the first time, and he just really didn't look like he was very comfortable at all against Jarlin Susana, and rightfully so. 1 ball and no strikes to Disson as the pitch from Peterson is low and away. And make it 2-0. This is 2 straight outside. So again, another good spot here for Disson. 2 on, 2 out, 2-0 the count. That's up, it's 3-0. Looks down for Alpadrique. Does he have the take? Does he have the green light? The 3-0 pitch from Disson, or to Disson. Take all the way, and it's a strike.
Yeah, that was definitely take all the way.
So, still in a good count at 3-1. Pineda takes his lead off of second. Verdugo off of first. Swing and a miss. It's 3-2.
Travis Kuhn is up and throwing in the bullpen for the Fightin' Phils. Looks like he will get the 6. Harrisburg does have a righty throwing as well.
So the runners now will be off with the count full and 2 outs here in this bottom of the 5th inning. Over for a called strike 3, and that will finish the Phils here in the 5th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and they leave 2 more on base. We have completed 5, and it remains Harrisburg 2, Reading 2. Established in 1928, the Manor Golf Club is one of the oldest public courses in eastern Pennsylvania, located between Philadelphia, Lancaster, and Allentown in Sinking Spring. It offers a true test of golf on a championship-style course. Visit themanorgolfclub.com for more information. The Auburn University Gold Wolves call the bullpen has been made yet again for the Phils in a bullpen day. It's Travis Kuhn's turn to take over.
Travis Kuhn is in, 8th appearance. He's 1-0, a 7.56 ERA. 8-1 third innings pitched, 9 strikeouts, 7 walks. And he's pitched well as of late. He is posted 0 earned runs in 4 of his last 5 outings. Over his last 2 outings, 4 strikeouts and 3 1/3.
Carlos De La Cruz is the first one he faces. De La Cruz 1 for 2 so far on the day, and he takes the first pitch outside for a ball. Carlos with 4 hits in the series, a single, a double, and a couple of home runs. 1-0 pitch to the former Fight Phil is over for a called strike one. Carlos didn't like it. It's 1-1.
Voices his displeasure at Rafael Pineda, our home plate umpire.
Swing and a miss. Got him to chase. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. This one driven into left center field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Came back and got the pitch over the plate. Prado couldn't quite cut it off, but good job by Mendez to get there to make sure they hold De La Cruz to a single. Second hit of the day for De La Cruz, and another leadoff base runner for the Senators here now in the 6th inning.
Yeah, little thing there, but Prado over pursues it. Mendez smartly is already making his way over to the baseball, so he's right there to back him up and holds De La Cruz to just a single.
But again, a 1-2 pitch to De La Cruz, and he pretty much put that one right down the middle. It's certainly a great spot for De La Cruz to hit it. As De La Rosa now will bat. The first pitch to him is on the inside corner for a called strike. Verdugo way up at third base against the left-hand hitting of De La Rosa.
And he's not like up in the cutout. He's up like thinking he's definitely bunting.
Yeah. And he swings and fouls it away. It's no balls and 2 strikes. And now Verdugo will go bat. It's very interesting because I haven't seen any indication from De La Rosa in the games he's played so far that would make you think he was bunting. We're in the 6th inning. So it's no balls and 2 strikes now to De La Rosa. Swing and miss. Strike 3 as he can't catch up to the high heat.
Yeah, good job by Kuhn there. Gets in a hit in a pitcher's count 0-2. Climbs the ladder 93, puts it right at eye level, and it'll just look too good for De La Rosa to hold back on. 8th
strikeout now for Phil's pitching. Great job by Jack Dallas. Goes 2 1/3. 3 hits, did not give up a run, walked 1, and struck out 3. So Phil's pitching right now, struck out 8, walked 1. As C.J. Stubbs will bat. First pitch to Stubbs is lifted on the first base line, but slicing foul and into the grandstand. Stubbs 1 for 2 with a double. One of 3 more doubles in this game for the Senators, and 16 doubles now in the series. De La Cruz takes his lead off of first. Pineda holds them on. Started and could not stop. C.J. Stubbs is buried in a no balls and 2 strike hole. Stubbs, the right-hand hitter. Kuhn back to him as he goes into his stretch. Delivers outside. It's 1-2. De La Cruz did steal a base his last time he was on board. And that's way outside. Good play by Disson. But that ball was destined for the backstop, and Disson may have now stretched himself a little bit too far. He's still got the ball in his hand. And
yeah, here comes Al Patrique, at least to the top step.
Yep, he's making sure Disson's all right. He really stretched out for that pitch. And just, I know how he feels. Oh, he's a lot younger than I am. Just saying.
And here comes Meg Flaherty, the athletic trainer, and Al Patrique. And he's saying, I'm good,
yeah,
I'm good.
I'm okay, but they're going to check on him. It was just the way he stretched out to make that play. It was a great play by Disson because, again, that ball was headed for the backstop. It's a great play by him, and he got it in his mitt. But just the way he stretched out felt some kind of a tweak. It's been an issue with the catcher spot for the Fightin Phils, and of course,
Paul McIntosh is on rehab,
right.
So got to think he's close to returning.
And of course, Caleb Ricketts has been on the IL as well. So Disson's okay, wants to stay in, and he will. With 2 balls and 2 strikes now on C.J. Stubbs. See how the Senators react to this. Would not be a bad time to send De La Cruz.
He looks runnerish.
Does not go, and the pitch is over for a called strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts now for Travis Kuhn. 2 outs here in the 6th.
Yeah, great response by Kuhn after giving up that 1-2 single to De La Cruz. He's got 2 quick outs, and they got the 9-man Pena. I mean, he's not hitting like a 9-man today. Single, double, RBI, and a run scored today. So still going to be a tough out here to get out of this top of the 6th.
And he doubled down the right field line and then singled it on the left side of the infield. An infield single his last time up. First pitch to him, just a bit inside for a ball. So Pena, who was hitting .094 when this game began, is now 2 for 2. With De La Cruz still at first base. And a 1-0 count to the batter. De La Cruz started and stopped. The pitch is there for a called strike. So now it's 1-1. Pena also drove in a run and scored a run in this game. Both coming in that 2-run 3rd inning for Harrisburg. There's a pickoff attempt. De La Cruz just gets back in. That was well timed by Kuhn. I think he got Carlos kind of leaning, going the opposite direction. I don't think he was going anywhere. I think he was just taking his lead. One ball and 1 strike. Pitch way inside. It's 2-1. Kuhn from the stretch. De La Cruz does take off. Pitch high. Throw down is in time. Great tag by Aiden Miller, and De La Cruz is retired on the caught stealing, and that will end the 6th inning for the Senators in the 6th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left. We head to the bottom of the 6th, still tied at 2. We head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. And the Alberta University Golden Wolves call a bullpen for the Senators. Brings in big right-hander Junior Santos.
So Junior Santos is in for Harrisburg. 11th appearance, 1-1, a 5.06 ERA. 10 2/3 innings pitched. Allowed 2 home runs. He has walked 13 and has struck out 5. Opponents are hitting .194 against him, but control has clearly been an issue for Santos.
Finishing off the bottom of the top half of that 6th inning on the steal attempt by Carlos De La Cruz. A tremendous tag by Aiden Miller to make sure the out was made.
Yeah, it was a good throw. It was just on the left field side of the bag. So Miller picks it on the short hop, gets the tag back in time, and luckily there's a lot of Carlos De La Cruz to tag, and he gets the tag on him before her hand touches the base. So good throw, good play by Miller, and see if the Fightin Phils can take that momentum and seize it here.
Well, the 9-hole man has been good today. Elio Prado 2 for 2 as he steps in. And greets Santos with a pitch fouled out of play. Santos making his second appearance in this series. Prado so far doubled and scored in the second, singled his last time up. So 4 hits in the series, 4 for 14 in total for Elio Prado. Right-handed hitter. Swings and fouls this one down the third baseline, so it's quickly no balls and 2 strikes. Juan Morales, the third baseman for the Senators, has to run that one down as it rolled back towards fair territory, so he tosses that into the grandstand. Prado back in the box, facing the 6'7", 245-pound right-hander Junior Santos. Swing and a miss, strike 3 as Prado goes chasing, and he's out number 1 here in the 6th. By the way, if he's junior, I hate to see senior.
I was thinking that when you said you're like, he's 6'7", and I'm like, that's not very junior to me.
That'll bring the top of the order up in Robert Moore. Moore 1 for 2 so far today. Solo home run to start the game, walked in a second, flew out to center field his last time up. First pitch to him, there for a called strike. This day in baseball town history, presented by Body Zone Sports and Wellness, the official workout facility of the Phils. We'll tell you about this day in baseball town history after this next pitch to Robert Moore. A 1 pitch it is, and he takes it for a ball. Going back to May the 4th of 2021 after a 607-day hiatus. My goodness, without baseball at FirstEnergy Stadium due to the coronavirus pandemic, our Phils returned home in front of 2620. The fans' attendance that day, despite the opening day loss, the offense gave the fans plenty to cheer for. Archimedes Gamboa, Luke Miller, and Dalton Guthrie all went deep in the game. May 4th, 2021. 2 balls and 1 strike to Robert Moore. Lifts this one foul and out of play. It's 2-2. Aiden Miller in the on-deck circle for the Fightins here in the top of the 6th. And Moore again fouls one out of play. 95 on the radar gun for Santos. That misses away. Count is full. Boy, Moore has seen a lot of pitches over the course of this game. He's hit the first pitch he saw of the game onto the deck and left field for a home run, but since then, he has really worked at bats. Got the count full here. And lifts this one foul straight back and over our heads. So Santos will try him again at 3-2. Pitching from the stretch. Way outside, ball 4. So Moore, a base runner for the 3rd time today.
And you got 2-3-4 coming up here. Aiden Miller's got an RBI already tonight, so see if Brennan can break this 2-2 gridlock that seems like we've been locked in for a good bit.
Moore has stolen 2 bases so far on the year. As Aiden Miller, 1 for 3 on the day, steps to the plate. Single with an RBI back in the 2nd inning for Aiden Miller. Good size lead for Moore at first. First pitch lined into center field. That's going to be a base hit. Moore had a hold up for just a second, so he'll stop at second base. And Aiden Miller with his 2nd hit of the ball game. The Phils have something rolling here in the 6th.
Yeah, you take a look at the replay here on MLB TV. It was a fastball right down the pipe. Miller waits back on it, sends it to right center field on a line. That tells me that's a perfect swing from Aiden Miller. 2 really good base hits from him today.
Moore had a hold up just in case. It was close enough for Caden Wallace that Moore, the baseman, had to be sure. It got by him and into center field. So he's at second. Miller at first. 1 out. Bottom half of the 6th inning and a 2-2 tie for Hendry Mendez. First pitch, swings and fouls it at the plate. Mendez 1 for 3 with a single back in the first inning. Mendez with 7 RBIs on the season, looking for his first in this series. A 1 pitch. Same thing, basically the same swing as well. Way out in front of a changeup, just got a piece of it. So Santos has come with a couple of off-speed pitches and had Mendez thinking he was going to get a fastball, got the off-speed stuff, and was out in front. And does not chase, it's 1-2. So Moore with a good lead at first. They're not obviously holding Miller on, or excuse me, at second. They're not holding Miller on at first, so he's got a tremendous lead. He could conceivably get around to third if Moore gets waved around, if Mendez can find green grass. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the left-handed hitter. Beats 1 foul at the plate. And I think Mendez may have gotten the worst of that one.
Yeah, they're going to take a look at Mendez.
I think that one just came back up and got him where nobody wants to get hit.
Yeah, you heard the ooze from the crowd.
Yep.
I think they realized that one pretty quickly.
Yep. Not a whole lot the training staff can do. So Andrew Mendez is kind of waiting for things to feel a little bit better. No, so now he said, I'm all right. Give me my bat. Let me go back to work. Count stays 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, Moore the runner at second, Miller the runner at first, so good speed on the base paths. They take off, and he slices this one down the third base line and out of play.
I like that. I like that. Moore and Miller, the little double steal, little hit and run action with Mendez, one of your better contact hitters. It's a solid play right there.
And also with 2 strikes, if he does strike out, you still end up gaining something out of the strikeout because the runners move up. At least that's the strategy behind it. We'll see what happens here at 1-2. This time they do not take off, and he swings and misses, and that is strike 3, and Mendez is retired. Second strikeout now for Santos since coming in. 2 down here in the 6th for Felix Reyes. Reyes 1 for 3 on the night. Base hit his last time up. A little bleeder in the right field. Right-handed hitter does have 4 RBIs on the season, all of them coming in this series. He is 5 for 12 in the series. Out in front of that one, just got a piece of it. Tied at 2, bottom of the 6th. Fightins have 2 on and 2 out. And a no balls and 1 strike count to Felix Reyes. Lines this one slicing foul and out of play down the right field line. Just over the well-used tarp in the last 24 hours.
Well used, I think, is a good way to put it.
Of course, this is the best place for the tarp right now. Just sitting
Rolled
idle.
up, covered.
Sitting idle. No balls and 2 strikes now to Reyes. Lifts this one into right center field. Going to be a long run for Schnell, and he'll get there just before the warning track. Just hung up a little bit. And that is the 3rd and final out for the Fightins here in the 6th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 more left on base. We are through 6 still, tied at 2 in Reading. Top of the 7th inning is presented by White Star Travel, the official group sponsor of the Reading Fightin Phils. Visit whitestartours.com for more information. Number of employees from White Star Tours and the White Star Travel family enjoying the Redner's Event Center today, which has been well occupied this week. We had a prom there over the course of this weekend. The Exeter High School prom was there last night. Very bedazzled group. They spent a lot of time out on the veranda during their prom watching some baseball as well. We head to the top of the 7th. Travis Kuhn back out there for the Fightin Phils. He'll face 9-1-2 due up in the Senators lineup. That's Viandel Pena, Philip Glasser, and Nick Schnell. Kuhn working in his 2nd inning. In a bullpen game today for the Phils. It's come up pretty solid so far. And the first pitch to Pena, trying to drag down a bunt, comes through it. Verdugo was up in the event that Pena did drop a bunt. So it's no balls and a strike to Pena, who is 2 for 2 on the day. Doubled and scored and drove in a run as well in the 3rd. Singled back in the 4th. He was at the plate when De La Cruz ended the inning getting thrown out, stealing a base. So he starts this 7th inning with a fresh count, but now he swings through the 0-1 pitch. So he's in a no balls and 2 strike hole. Now time called at the plate. So the Phil's pitchers, well, we'll wait and see what happens as Pena fouls this one live. So the Phil's pitchers now, 9 strikeouts and just 1 walk. And a no balls and 2 strike count to Pena. Over for a called strike 3, add 1 more in the strikeout column. The 3rd now for Kuhn, and 1 out here in the 7th. That'll bring up Glasser. Glasser 0 for 3 on the night. He has had himself a monster series so far, but for the first time in this series, the Phils have held him in check in today's game. He's 0 for 3, but he's 12 for 25 in the series, including 4 for 4 last night. First pitch to him, back through the middle, slow roller. Aiden Miller is there. The shortstop makes the throw in plenty of time. And Philip Glasser is retired. 2 quick outs here in the 7th. And that'll bring Nick Schnell to the plate. Schnell also having a quiet night after having a good series. 7 for 25 in the series with his 0 for 3 tonight, with a couple of strikeouts and a ground out. Left-handed hitter facing Kuhn. First pitch, swing and a miss. Schnell with 2 extra base hits in his 7 hits in the series. That one's up high. It's 1-1. Hit a double and a home run. And the double on any other spot in the ballpark would have been a home run as well, as he hit it up off just past the Mike Schmidt retired jersey in center field. 1-1 pitch, started it, and it doesn't matter. He stopped his swing, but the pitch is over for a called strike. It's 1-2. Schnell asking home plate umpire Rafael Pineda, was that a swinging strike or a called strike? The answer may have been yes. So it's 1-2 now to Schnell. Lined on a hop right to Farquhar at second, and a very solid inning for Kuhn and a solid outing as well, assuming that his day is done as he gets the Senators in order in the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. 7th inning stretch time in baseball town. We're still tied at 2. Bottom half of the 7th inning here in Reading is presented to you by Swartz Culleton PC. Have you or a loved one been injured? Get justice. Call Swartz Culleton today at 1-800-JUSTICE. Phil's coming to play here at the bottom of the 7th. We're tied at 2. Leandro Pineda, Trent Farquhar, and Luis Verdugo due up for the Fightins here in the 7th alongside Jake Starr. My name is Bob McCool. Listen to us on the Reading Fightin Phil's Radio Network and our flagship 830WEU.com. We will be back at it a week from Tuesday here in Baseball Town, and we got some early games to start the next series. Phil's head to Binghamton for Tuesday night. Those games will start at 6:07 on Tuesday through Friday. A couple of afternoon games on Saturday and Sunday, and then when we come back here to Reading on May the 13th, we start with a 12 noon game against New Hampshire as Pineda takes one away for a ball, and the second is over for ball 2. Junior Santos back out there for his second inning of work. It's 1 ball and 1 strike now to Leandro Pineda, who's 1 for 2 on the day. He's been on base twice, a walk and a single. Actually, he's been on base all 3 times, on the base this 3rd time by way of a fielder's choice. This one in the hole towards second and in right field for a base hit. Leandro Pineda is on base yet another time.
Another good swing from Pineda, 97 off the bat, right through the hole. And the swings we've seen from Pineda today have probably been some of his best ones this year. The hands are obviously a lot lower, so I think he's a lot quicker to the baseball, but it feels like he's a lot more just within himself. He's not trying to do too much, and I'm sure a lot of credit's got to go to Tom Slater and the Arphil's coaching staff. I'm sure they've kind of been repping that recently, say, hey, quicker to the ball, just stay within yourself. And the home runs, the power, that'll come, but that's not what we're trying to do.
Trent Farquhar bats, shows bunt, pulls it back, takes it for a ball.
I think the way this game is going, I think bunt's probably the decision here. We'll see if they kind of stick with it, but it would seem to make sense.
Morales at third base, up on the grass. Of course, your first baseman, Narano, has to hold the runner on, so that's where you want to go if you're Farquhar to bunt it. He does not show bunt, takes it for ball 2. By the way, in addition to the noon game on Tuesday in the next home series against New Hampshire, Wednesday is an 11 a.m. game, so a couple of early games in the next home series. 2 balls and no strikes now to Trent Farquhar. Not showing bunt again. This one's on the inside corner. It's a called strike 1. Looks down at Al Padrique, who gives him a sign as Pineda takes his lead off at first. It's a pretty good sized lead for Pineda. Swings and pops it straight up behind home plate. C.J. Stubbs will give it chase, but he'll run out of room. As it kind of lands in no man's land for the foul ball chase. Everybody just kind of froze for a moment and went, hey, there's nobody there. I can get myself a baseball. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Trent Farquhar. With a runner at first and nobody out, the go-ahead run for the Fightins here in the bottom of the 7th if they can get him around. Pineda takes off. Farquhar swings but fouls it out of play. So Pineda back to first. Pineda is 2 for 2 in stolen bases on the season. Santos delivers. Pineda takes off. The ball is in the dirt. The throw down from Stubbs is high. Pineda is safe at second.
Good work by Leandro Pineda. Obviously, they saw something in Santos they like. And here's the thing. When you're a big pitcher, you're 6'7", just naturally, there's nothing you can do about it. You're going to be a little slower to the plate. So clearly second inning of work, whether it was Michael Jones, Al Padrique, and Pineda, saw something they liked, and they took advantage of it there.
In the meantime, it's 3 balls and 2 strikes now to Farquhar, with Pineda now in scoring position. And that's low ball 4. So Farquhar works the walk. Second walk given up by Santos. 2 on and nobody out for Luis Verdugo.
Second walk today for Farquhar, who's up to 18 on the season. It's amongst the Eastern League leaders in that, and it looks like Delano DeShields is coming out of the dugout.
Yep. Delano DeShields is out, and there is somebody warmed up in the Senators bullpen, so it would appear that Junior Santos' night is over. It is. The call to the bullpen has been made. The Alvernia University Colton Wolves call the bullpen, that is. And we'll find out who our new pitcher is when we come back after this. The Alvernia University Golden Wolves call the bullpen, as we said, going to break has been made, and it is right-hander Holden Powell now coming in for the Senators.
Holden Powell making his 8th appearance of the year. He's 1-1, a 7 ERA. He's pitched 9 innings. He has walked 10, struck out 13, allowed a home run, and opponents are hitting 161 against him.
So Junior Santos goes an inning, gives up 2 hits, walked 2, struck out 2, and he's responsible for the 2 who are on the base paths, as Luis Verdugo will be the first to face Holden Powell. 2-2 tie, bottom half of the 7th inning. Fightin's out 2 on and nobody out, and Verdugo 0 for 2 at the plate. Verdugo flew out to right field, struck out, and walked in his 3 plate appearances. Way up is expecting a bunt. Verdugo does square the bunt, pulls the bat back, and takes it for a ball. So Joe Naranjo, the first baseman, literally down the throat of Verdugo. And Morales up on the grass as well at third. So it's 1-0 now to Verdugo. Andrik Nava in the on-deck circle is a pinch hitter for the Fightins. Verdugo again shows bunt, gets it down the third base line. Morales only has 1 play. It's the first, it's in time. Sacrifice is good.
When you look up bunt in the dictionary, that is exactly what's going to come up. A perfect bunt from Luis Verdugo gets the job done, and now you give Andrik Nava a chance to drive in some runs. The infield comes up.
So Nava now will bat for Jordan Disson. Nava, a switch hitter, will bat left-handed against the right-hander Holden Powell. 2 on, 1 out. First pitch to Navas, outside for a ball.
Of course, Disson had that play a couple of innings ago where he kind of stretched for a ball outside and just didn't look right getting back up. He got checked out, said he was okay, but said they're going to play it safe with that.
Swing and a miss. So Nava with the uppercut, just trying to get the ball in the outfield. Comes up empty, and it's 1-1. Nava with 4 RBIs on the season. Golden opportunity here. Takes that one up and away. It's 2-1. Pineda the runner at third. Farquhar the runner at second. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gotta make contact here.
This is kind of a situation they were repping in batting practice yesterday. Infield up, less than 2 outs. You're thinking hard and through the middle. See if Nava can come through here.
2 balls and 2 strikes. And a time called as Powell steps off. And as Jake said, infield is up. This one fouling out of play. We try to get it 2-2. Nava 1 for 8 in the series with a double and an RBI. Inside, ball 3. The count is full. There is an open base, but Holden Powell not thinking about that. You have to assume he's going to attack the pinch hitter. Outside, ball 4.
Great plate appearance, Rondrick Nava. Sees 7 pitches, fouled off a 2-strike pitch. Now you got bases loaded. For Harrisburg, what it does, though, it should move the middle back. So the double play is in order. And if you're Prado, you can't ground into a double play. That's kind of the big thing here. Same thing. Something hard and in the air is kind of the thought process here for Prado.
2 for 3 on the day is Elio Prado with a double and a single and a run scored. And a breaking ball is a good one as it catches the outside corner.
Both corners still up. Naranjo at first, Morales at third. If it's soft, they probably come home. If it's hard, they go to second to try and turn 2.
Prado, 8 RBIs on the season. Swing and a miss. He's quickly in a no balls and 2 strikes hole. Again, took a healthy cut there, trying to drive the ball somewhere. Now, again, needs to make contact. Down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Tried to check his swing, and it doesn't matter. They say he went around, strike 3. So a huge strikeout for Holden Powell. That's 2 down now, and the bases remain loaded for the top of the order and Robert Moore. Moore has had good at-bats tonight. 1 for 2, solo home run in the first, and a couple of walks. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Inside, ball 1.
Moore, bases loaded this year. He has walked twice. Those are all the stats he has, and the bases have been juiced.
He is the team's leader in RBIs with 15 on the year. 1 ball and no strikes to him. On the outside corner, strike 1.
Fightin Phillies had 2 grand slams last year. One was Moore at Hartford. Another one was Justin Crawford at Akron.
1-1 to Robert Moore. Outside, ball 2. So again, good spot in terms of Robert Moore having a pitch to hit here at 2-1. Way inside, it's 3-1. Well, if 2-1 was a good spot to hit, 3-1's even better.
And obviously it's not a take situation here,
Nope.
but it's a selective situation. 1 pitch, 1 spot. If you get it, pull the trigger. If not, either ball 4 or live to see the next one.
3-1 pitch. Ground ball to second base. Wallace up with it, he'll flip it at the first in plenty of time, and that will end the 7th inning. And the Phils leave more men on base, 3 more in the inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 3 left. The Fightins have left 14 men on base through 7 innings. We're still tied at 2. Welcome back to FirstEnergy Stadium as we head to the top half of the 8th inning, still tied at 2. Yeah, Vernon University Golden Wolves call a bullpen has been made for Nelson Alvarez to come in and Jake Starr to take over the play-by-play.
Thank you very much, Bob. Nelson Alvarez into a 2-2 ball game in the 8th. It's his 8th appearance. He does not have a decision. He's got a 5.14 ERA, 7 innings, 12 strikeouts, 6 walks. That ERA a bit deceiving because he left 4 runs in his season debut April 4th against Portland. And he's been really good since then. Has not allowed an earned run over his last 6 appearances. So he will get 3, 4, and 5 of the Harrisburg lineup. It'll start with Yoandy Morales. Once again, a 2-2 ball game here in the top half of the 8th inning. It's been a good one today. Lots of traffic on the base paths, to say the least. First pitch home is a strike. It's 0-1. Between the two teams today, 20 men have been left on base. Morales in today's ball game, he's 2 for 3. Couple of hits, a strikeout as well. His last time up, 0-1, is outside, 1-1. Alvarez, Phillies got in a trade with the Rays last August. And the pitch is down, 2 balls and 1 strike. It's been a very productive week for Morales. 5 doubles this week, a triple and a home run. 2-1, swinging a pop fly. Behind the first base bag is Leandro Pineda. He will take a step towards foul territory, and that's where he makes the catch for out number 1. Jersey Mike's Subs offers a sub above with delicious fresh options, including warm and cold subs, freshly baked bread, and freshly sliced meats. Visit their 2 Berks County locations, Fish Street Highway in Reading and Broadcasting Square in Wyomissing. Order today at jerseymikes.com. Jersey Mike's Subs is a proud 2025 Fightin' Phil's team feed partner. Joe Naranjo digs in from the left side. First pitch to him. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Sun is pretty much almost set. Lights in full effect on this Sunday evening in Baseball Town. Game 6 of 6 between Reading and Harrisburg. And the 0-1 is over for a called strike. It's 0-2. It's been a wet last 24 hours, but the rain had moved out pretty much right around 6:30 tonight. And it's been pretty dry for the majority of this ball game. 0-2, the count in Naranjo. Pitch home. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Got Naranjo chasing a curveball at 80 from Nelson Alvarez, and 2 quick outs in the inning. And that'll bring up the 5-man Caden Wallace.
Well, this was a bullpen game for the Fightin' Phils, and the bullpen has come up big. That is 11 strikeouts and a walk in a combined effort with 4 pitchers.
Travis Kuhn, who was in before Alvarez, was really good as well. 2 scoreless innings for him. 2 outs, Wallace the batter. First pitch, it's a ball, 1-0.
It's a bit of a different role for Alvarez. He's been in mostly early on in games, so to come in here in this tie game in the 8th inning.
He's pitching well. He's gaining the trust of the coaching staff. Pitch home is a breaking pitch. That's over for a called strike. Complete the line on Kuhn. 1 hit, no runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts over the 2 innings of work that he gave Reading tonight. Ball and a strike to count the Wallace. 2-2 game, top of the 8th. Alvarez deals. It's outside, 2-1. Cutter at 89. Wallace 0 for 3 today, hitting .250 over the course of the week for Harrisburg. Pitch to him, swung on, pop fly, shallow right. Farquhar, the second baseman, goes out, makes the call, and makes the catch. And that will retire the side here in a very quick top half of the 8th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left for the Senators. We'll go to the home half of the 8th. Reading and Harrisburg still tied up at 2 apiece. Bottom half of the 8th inning, let's take a look at our Fightin' Phil's team leaders presented by PA Army National Guard. Entering today, our Fightin' Phil's team leader in batting average, slugging percentage, and on-base percentage, Felix Reyes. Reyes, who is due up third in this home half of the 8th inning. It's a 2-2 ball game as Holden Powell is back out for his first full inning of work. Again, my name is Jake Starr, joined alongside, as always, by my broadcast partner, Bob McCool. Game 6 of 6 between Reading and Harrisburg, and it's been a good one tonight. Had to wait about 45 minutes to get it started. It's certainly been a fun one to watch. So 2-3-4 up for Reading. Aiden Miller leads off.
Game is there for somebody to take it, for somebody with a bat in their hand. That is, their pitchers have been doing their job.
First pitch, Miller will take it for a strike. It's 0-1.
I mean, this has really turned into a bullpen game for both, with Susano, the starter for Harrisburg, only going 3 innings.
Nothing on the count to Miller. 2 for 4 today. Pitch to him, bit down. It's 1-1.
Of course, Harrisburg was supposed to be going with a bullpen game last night. They only really had to pitch 5 innings.
Yeah, kind of got bailed out of that with the rain. So ball and a strike to Miller. It's been a good day for him. Average over to 209 now. And the pitch. He swings, hits it high and deep down the right field line, but it's foul. And it'll land on the grandstand down the right field line. Time is called as Carlos De La Cruz makes his way back in the right field. Now Miller will step back in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And some good swings today for Aiden Miller. Right-handed bat, Powell fires. That one misses down and in, 2-2. Miller, the Phillies' number 2 overall prospect. He's 4 for 18 on the week. And the pitch. Swung on a slowly hit ground ball down the third base line, and it will hit the third base bag, and it's a fair ball. Morales tried to swat it into foul territory, but the home plate umpire, Rafael Pineda, was right on top of that. So it's an infield single for Aiden Miller. It's his 3rd hit of the day. That'll match a season high for the 3rd time.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Morales was thinking as the ball was going to hit the bag. And then he kind of tried to swat at it at the end and maybe fake the umpire out, but he had no chance. He made the right decision, which is to just hope it would roll foul.
So here's Mendez up from the left side. And the pitch is a bit outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Mendez 1 for 4 today. He's 6 for 15 on the week. Pair of doubles, 3 runs scored. And the pitch is a bit down. It's 2-0.
Morales looking in the dugout as to where they want him to play in the infield. He was up a little bit. They push him back. It's not all the way back where he would normally be playing Mendez if there were nobody on.
2-0 to Mendez. Pitch home. He will take it outside. It's 3-0.
Gonna give him the take. Gonna give him a green light.
See what he gets here. 3-0. Miller leads off first. Mendez, the lefty batter. Powell set, fires home. He was taken, and it's a strike. It's 3-1, and it was right on the corner, so definitely a good pitch to take. Powell pitched once this week on Wednesday, struck out 3 over an inning and a third, scoreless and hitless. Pitch home. Miller goes, pitches a ground ball right to the first baseman, Naranjo. He will take it to the bag himself. Since Miller was going, there was no play at second. So Miller safe there. 3 on assists to the putout. And now Felix Reyes, the batter, with Aiden Miller on second.
Well-timed break for the bag by Aiden Miller and a decision to send him because it took you out of it for sure, at least a force out and maybe a double play as it was hit right at Naranjo at first base, and he obviously only had the one play, which is step on the bag. So here's your go-ahead run now in scoring position.
So here is Felix Reyes up for the Fightin' Phils. And the pitch. He swings, and it's a pop fly, foul, and out of play. It's 0-1. Got himself out in front of a slider at 84 from Powell.
Yeah, thinking and probably hoping for a first pitch fastball, and he got a slider instead.
Outfield very deep against the heavy-hitting Felix Reyes. 294 hitter. Miller leads off second. The pitch. He swings, hits it a mile high, deep left center field. Blaser, Schnell both back. The center fielder Schnell is there. He'll make the catch. In the left center field gap, Miller stays put. And that is out number 2 for Leandro Pineda.
First baseman Leandro Pineda.
Here comes Delino DeShields.
There's a lefty throwing,
Yep.
so it looks like they're going to go matchups here. He will point down to the bullpen, and that will be it for Holden Powell. We will have the new arm coming up after this on the Fightin' Phils Radio Network. Still the bottom of the 8th. Still a 2-2 ball game. Aiden Miller on second and 2 outs. Leandro Pineda will be the batter. And to face him, Delino DeShields goes to the lefty, Garrett Davila.
Making his 12th appearance of the season and second in 2 nights. He went an inning and a third. He actually was the winning pitcher last night in a rain-shortened game. His first win of the season. He's 1-2 with a 4.26 earned run average, 12 2/3 innings pitched, 5 hits, 6 runs, 13 strikeouts and 3 walks. He's also given up a home run.
So Garrett Davila is in. It'll be Leandro Pineda who is the batter. Reading's got 10 hits tonight. They've left 14 men on base. See if Pineda can get Miller home and give Reading the 3-2 lead. Pineda will step in from the left side. It's been a good day for him. 2 for 4. He's been aboard 3 times. And the first pitch from Davila. And Pineda, big swing and a miss at 0-1. He went to the slider.
Yeah, with a little 3/4 sidearm as well. Very tough pitch for a lefty on lefty.
Pineda home run. He's got 4 RBI on the season. And the pitch is taken for a ball just up. It's 1-1. Should Pineda reach? Trent Farquhar waits on deck. Miller leads off second. Infield back against the lefty. Outfield plays him the other way. 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
So on 3 sliders, pretty much all from that sidearm look, that 3/4 sidearm look. So he's got Pineda kind of bailing and wailing right now.
Davila pitched an inning and a third last night. Struck out 2, no hits, no runs allowed. And now Pineda will ask for and get time. And he'll step back in. Miller leads off second. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. Outside for a ball, 2-2.
Good take that time. Threw him the same. He's not going to throw him anything else. I'd be stunned if he throws him anything else other than what he's done. 4 pitches now have all been basically the same look, but just trying to get him to chase outside the strike zone, and Pineda held off.
Now it's 2-2. Miller goes, pitch home, pitches the ball, throw to third is not in time. Miller avoids the tag. So a stolen base number 7 for Miller, and it's a 3-2 count with 2 outs.
Well, you know,
Risky play, but it paid off.
Very risky, but at the same time, he's also 90 feet away, and anything that gets away from the catcher, he's now in a position to come home.
3-2, 2 outs. Miller leads off third. The go-ahead run, 90 feet away. Davila comes set at the letters. The payoff pitch. That is outside corner, called strike 3. And boy, was that a pitcher's pitch from Garrett Davila. And that is how the inning comes to an end. So no runs, 1 hit. 1 man left for the Fightin' Phils. We will head to the top of the 9th inning. Harrisburg and Reading still knotted up at 2 apiece. Top of the 9th inning, 2-2 game. And tonight's attendance at FirstEnergy Stadium, 5,080. Thanks to our friends at PSECU for presenting tonight's attendance. PSECU is proud to be one of the largest credit unions in Pennsylvania. So we remain tied in the 9th. Nelson Alvarez is back out after a 1-2-3 8th inning, and he will get 5, 6, and 7 of Delano DeShields lineup. It'll start with the big Carlos De La Cruz, who's already haunted his old team a couple of times this week. And you hope that's all in the rearview mirror now. Ready on ready matchup to start this 9th inning. Alvarez is ready, he'll fire home. And big swing and a miss from De La Cruz. It's 0-1. Also Andrik Nava behind home plate. Pinch hit for Jordan Disson a couple of innings ago. And the 0-1. Another swing and a miss from De La Cruz. It's 0-2. They went back-to-back off speeds against the tall righty. Infield back. Has him to go to the left side. 0-2 the count. Alvarez ready at the belt. Deals home. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Strikeout number 2 for Alvarez. Out number 1 in the 9th. Here's Jeremy De La Rosa.
I know what De La Cruz was trying to do, and I'm sure De La Rosa is going to do the same, and that's try to put Harrisburg ahead here in the 9th inning, so he's going for it all. De La Cruz comes up empty. Got to be careful of this guy.
Jeremy De La Rosa in from the left side. 0 for 3 today, couple of strikeouts. Pitch home is down for a ball. It's 1-0. It looks like Harrisburg's pen is empty. I know Tommy McCullum's been moving around on Reading's side. 1-0, swung, ground ball foul. And it's 1-1.
Yeah, they'll have to get somebody up in the event that the Phils don't win it in the bottom of the 9th. They'll have to have somebody up just in case.
Fightin' Phils in the bottom of the 9th will have 6, 7, 8 due up. Farquhar, Verdugo, and Nava. And then Prado if it goes beyond that before the top of the lineup. But first the mission is Nelson Alvarez to keep this a 2-2 ball game here in the top of the 9th. 1-1. Bit outside. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Reading is yet to win a game via walk-off this year. They have been walked off once. Came at Portland 9 days ago. 2-1, swing and a miss, 2-2. Tucked the cutter up and in. It was a big hack from De La Rosa, who will now step out and get time.
Well, De La Rosa did hit a home run earlier in this series, and it was a a blast down the right field line up and onto the pool deck. The only question was whether or not it was going to stay fair or not, and it did. So he's got the power, and he's looking for that right now.
And the 2-2. But outside, the count goes full. Sun completely set. Bit of a breeze has kicked in. Temperatures in the mid-60s on this spring evening in baseball town. First weekend in May. 3-2. Swung on, ground ball first. Pineda boots it, hits right off his glove, and it trickles into shallow right field. So that'll be the third ever of the season on Leandro Pineda. The first that's come at first base. And that'll bring up C.J. Stubbs.
Yeah, Pineda obviously has played almost all exclusively in the outfield this year. As my memory, that's his second, I know at least at home, it's the second time he's played at first, with Keaton Anthony generally drawing that assignment. But Pineda at first tonight, give Keaton Anthony a night off.
Fourth start at first this year.
Okay.
And that was his first ever committed at the position. So here's C.J. Stubbs. First pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. Obviously, Keaton Anthony's been the everyday first baseman. But Pineda has played the position some. We saw him play there a bit last year as well before going on the injured list with an injury. 0-1. Stubbs swinging a foul ball straight down. It's 0-2. Stubbs 1 for 3 tonight. He doubled and scored a run in the third. He's popped out to the catcher, and he has struck out looking. All three of his at-bats, now 4, have come against different pitchers. And the pitch out, runner goes, throw to second is high, and it goes into center field. Starting and then stopping was De La Rosa. He won't go. Good backup from Prado. They had it sniffed out, but Nava just airmailed the throw. So it is going to be a stolen base for De La Rosa, his first of the year. Yeah, and now the double play is out of order.
Good job by Prado to back that up, but it also helped that De La Rosa kind of lost sight of the baseball. But I think if he had got up and tried to go to third, Prado was on that pretty quickly. He might have shot at him at third. But fortunately, right now, at least, he's still at second with 1 out.
So 1-2, 1 out. Infield back, just trying to get that second out any way they can. And the pitch. Stubbs offered at it. Yes, he did. He's asking for an appeal. Doesn't matter as Nava applies the tag. So that's going to be the third strikeout for Nelson Alvarez. And that'll bring Viandel Pena to the plate. And look, obviously, we work for Reading, but Stubbs does make a good point. I've always been in the boat that it never hurts to ask.
Correct. And there was no appeal. Technically, there was no one in position as a first base umpire because with the man at second base, they shifted over. But he asked for an appeal, and the home plate umpire said no.
So here is Pena, takes the first one down for a ball. It's 1-0.
We've had that conversation on more than one occasion with Al Padrique, where he will have said that was his argument the night before, and I asked, why won't you ask for help?
Yeah, I've always just asked.
Yeah.
1 ball, no strikes to count to Viandel Pena. 2 outs, man on second, top 9 in a 2-2 game. And the pitch. Swung on, ground ball, another chance for Pineda. This time he fielded, underhand toss to Alvarez, and he wins the race to the bag. Saves a run. What a play all around by Pineda, and Alvarez may not have looked pretty at times, but it gets the job done. And that will retire the side in the top of the 9th. No runs, no hits, there was an error, 1 man left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. It is winning time for the Fightin' Phils. It's a 2-2 game. Be back after this. Bottom half of the 9th inning, 2-2 ball game. Fightin Phillies looking for their second win of the week, and they're looking to do it in dramatic fashion. It'll be 6-7-8 due up for Reading. Trent Farquhar will lead things off against Garrett Davila, who's back out for his first full inning of work.
They came on to get Pineda and got the left-hander out. Now he faces a left-hander to start here in Farquhar.
Fightin Phillies have not won a game via walk-off this season. They did win 4 on walk-off last year. And Farquhar leads off. And the first pitch home is a bit up. It's 1-0.
Morales at third, up on the grass with the left-handed hitting Farquhar, if in fact he decides to drop down a bunt to get on board.
Ball and no strikes to the left-handed hitting Farquhar. Pitch home is out for a ball. It's 2-0.
So he gave Pineda a pretty steady diet of sliders and then finished him up with a changeup. He has not yet thrown that kind of three-quarter arm slider to Farquhar.
2-0 is over for a strike, 2-1.
That again is a changeup.
Reading's last walk-off win came September 4th of last year against Erie. Came on a catcher's interference. 2-1, he squares the bunt and bunts at it but misses. It's 2-2.
He just had a feeling at some point in time he was going to try that. And now with 2 strikes, Morales is going to go back and play at his normal depth at third base.
The batter on that catcher's interference last year, Otto Kemp. The winning run,
And what's he done lately?
Aiden Miller. Miller would be up 6 in this inning. 2-2 is a bit outside. It's 3-2. Farquhar has walked twice. He's 0 for 2 otherwise. 3-2 pitch. Swung on, hit in the air towards right, not that deep. De La Cruz back under it, and the right fielder makes the catch, route number 1. And that'll bring Luis Verdugo to the plate.
Third baseman Luis Verdugo.
Verdugo will dig in from the right side. Here against the lefty Davila. Infield back has him shaded to go towards left. First pitch is out for a ball. It's 1-0. Reading does have open action. It's Andrew Walling who's throwing. 1-0 is down. It's 2-0. And you hope that we don't see Andrew Walling tonight, because that means that Reading has won this game. Verdugo 0 for 2 tonight. He has walked and he has been aboard on a sack. Next is a strike on the inside corner, 2-1. Lefty on righty matchup here. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and it's hit straight back, foul off the netting. It's 2-2. Inching up on 9 o'clock here in Reading. Game that was scheduled to start at 5:15. First pitch was fired tonight at 6:02. So we're coming up on a 3-hour ball game. Let's see if the Fightin Phillies can put it to a very happy ending. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Davila is ready and he deals home. And that is up and away. It's 3-2. Davila from the windup deals. And Verdugo fouls it again. The count runs full on the 6th pitch of the at-bat. Andrik Nava is on deck. 1 out, bottom 9. 2-2 ball game. Bases are empty. Reading has not scored since the 2nd. Pitch home inside. That's ball 4. First walk issued by Garrett Davila. And that'll bring Andrik Nava to the plate. And here comes Delano DeShields. And that'll be the end of the night for Garrett Davila. We'll step aside for a moment. We'll have this call to the Alvernia University Golden Wolves bullpen coming up after this. Still at the bottom of the ninth. And in from the Alvernia University Golden Wolves bullpen, it's the sixth pitcher of the day for Harrisburg. Bob, it's Chance Huff.
Making his second appearance for Harrisburg, and it came earlier in this series. He has no decisions, no earned run average as well. Just pitched the one inning, didn't give up a hit, did not give up a run, didn't strike anybody out, didn't walk anybody.
So Chance Huff is in. Andrik Nava will be the batter that he will face. It'll also flip Nava around to the left side, as he was going to bat righty if it was Garrett Davila, the left-handed pitcher.
Huff pitched in the 7th inning of the Phil's 5-4 win on Thursday night.
Scoreless inning, zeros the rest of the way across the board.
Catcher number 25, Andre.
So here is Andrik Nava. Winning run on first in Luis Verdugo. Elio Prado awaits on deck. Huff against Nava. First pitch is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Nava walked in his first plate appearance tonight. He didn't start tonight's game. Came in for Disson. And 1-0 is a bit down. It's 2 balls and no strikes. 1 for 8 this week, a double and an RBI. He's trying to play the hero tonight. The 2-0. That's down the chute for a called strike. It's 2-1. Verdugo leads off first. Infield looks to turn 2. And the pitch. Swung on and it's hit foul down the left field line and out of play. It's 2-2. Two the count. Verdugo leads off first. The pitch. That's up, and the count runs full to Nava. Despite just the 2 runs, it's been a lot of really good at-bats for Reading hitters today.
Yeah, they worked themselves into good counts, and they've worked themselves into deep counts.
Got in a lot of traffic. 15 men left on base today. 3-2, runner goes. Pitch is swung on and hit foul. So Verdugo will head back to first base. See if they move him again here on 3-2.
Yeah, there's a lot of value in that. Obviously, if Nava gets a base hit, now Verdugo's on third. And even if he doesn't make contact, he can steal the bag.
3-2, runner goes again. Nava once again swings and fouls it back. And Verdugo will head back to first. And we'll see if they do it a third time. Verdugo's taking a sweet old time getting back, and I don't blame him one bit.
No. Get back. Get
Now
get
he
the
jogs a
oxygen
little
back.
bit.
Yep. Takes a look at it at Alpadrique on his walk back to second, or walk back to first. Still not a bad time for a pickoff.
3-2, big lead for Verdugo at first. 1 out. He stays put. The pitch, Nava swings and he fouls it back over our heads behind home plate, and we'll do it again at 3-2. That was the 8th pitch of the at-bat.
Well, now you give him a chance to rest, so I'd send him again. Now you got his breath back.
Make a fair point. 3-2 again. This will be the 9th pitch to Nava. And first they'll check on the runner.
Yeah, that's what I said the last time. It's a good time for a pickoff attempt, because if he's leaning, trying to get himself a good jump, good time to have a pickoff.
Great battle here. 8 pitches so far between Nava and Huff. And the righty Huff comes ready at the letters. 3-2 again. Runner goes. Pitch is up off 4. The throw won't matter. Nava walking the first, taking the word walk quite literally.
And the infielders
Back-to-back walks.
Infielders are all kind of looking around like, why aren't you making a call at second base? And there's a reason why. There was no call at second base. It was ball 4.
So now Prado digs in with the winning run, standing on second. Nava's on first. He does not matter at all if you're Harrisburg. Just Verdugo on second. 1 out to Prado. Pitch home. Is in for a strike. It's 0-1.
Outfield, especially center field in Schnell and De La Cruz and right, very deep.
0-1 the count to Prado. 2 for 4 today. Pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Fightin Phillies looking to salvage the Sunday series finale. Winning run on second, 1 out of the 9th. 2-2 score. Pitch home, and Prado fights it off foul. It'll stay 1-2. Excuse me, it'll stay 0-2. Double, a single, run scored, couple of strikeouts for Prado today. He's hitting .250 on the week, 4 for 16. 0-2. That's up for a ball. It's 1-2.
That's a great take.
Really is.
He threw him a pitch up high, trying to get him a chase out of the strike zone, and Prado laid off, and he didn't miss by a whole lot.
Ball and 2 strikes to Elio Prado. And the pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Hit towards left center, not deep. Glasser, the left fielder, is over, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. And that'll bring Robert Moore on the top of the lineup up for the Fightin Phils.
Well, the guy that started the offense, no reason why he can't finish it.
Two outs, bottom of the 9th. 2-2 score. Winning run Verdugo is on second. Andre Nava's on first, but obviously he does not matter to Harrisburg one bit. Moore the switch hitter, bats from the left side. Huff is ready at the letters, he'll step off. Official attendance a little over 5,000 tonight, 5,080. Trying to watch their Fightin Phils to a Sunday victory. First one to Moore. Swinging a ground ball, foul. Down the first base line, it's 0-1. So 0-1, the count to Robert Moore. Huff is ready at the letters. The pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Crowd is certainly into it right now. 0-2 the count to Moore. Winning run Verdugo's on second. Nava leads off first. A 2-2 game. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Moore down on strikes. And this game will go 2 extras. No runs, no hits, 2 left for the Fightin' Phils. This game has gone the distance in regulation. Now we will play some more. 10th inning up next here on the Fightin' Phils Radio Network. We go to the top half of the 10th inning. New pitcher in for Reading in this 2-2 game. It's Wesley Moore.
Moore making his 7th appearance of the season. He's 0-1 with a 10.80 earned run average in 5 innings pitched. He's given up 9 hits, 11 runs, only 6 of them earned, if you want to say only 6 of them earned, 5 strikeouts, and 6 walks.
So with it being extra innings, there will be a runner placed on second. That's Viandel Pena. And it's leadoff man Philip Glaser, who has been oddly quiet today. First pitch to him is a ball. It's 1-0.
So you do have 2 lefties at the top of the lineup for Harrisburg, and so you got Moore coming in to face them in Glaser and then Schnell in the on-deck circle.
Yeah, so 2 lefties to start. 3 of the first 4 in Harrisburg's lineup bat from the left side. And the pitch, he's over for a strike. It's 1-1. Moore, the 5th Fightin's pitcher they're using tonight. And Pena is in at second base. And the 1-1. Swinging a line drive over the head, actually deflected by Pineda. And it goes down the right field line. Pena around third, will score. Throw goes to second, and it is in time from Felix Reyes. So it is an RBI single for Glaser, but he is thrown out at second. Reyes' first outfield assist of the season, and that will make it a 3-2 ball game, though. Unearned run to Wesley Moore. Now the base is clear.
Well, you're not going to hold on Glaser forever. He's been too good in this series, but great play by Felix Reyes. Because now the bases are clear. And again, don't forget, you're going to get that ghost runner at second base as well to start the bottom half of the 10th inning.
So 3-2 Harrisburg. And the pitch, swing and a miss, it's 0-1.
So that's what makes that mistake by Glaser kind of jump out at it right now. I mean, he gets the base hit, but a great play by Reyes. He got on that quickly. And off the bat, I thought he was going to be easily at second, and he didn't.
0-1. He's over for a strike. It's 0-2. Schnell 0 for 4 today. Couple of strikeouts, couple of groundouts. 0-2 count to the lefty. Pitch home.
Oh.
Almost hit him.
Wow.
Up and into the lefty. Ducked out of the way of it. Lost his helmet. One, two. Swing on and a pop fly into the infield left side. Aiden Miller comes in, makes the call in the grass, and makes the catch. That's out number 2. And that'll bring Yoandi Morales to the plate for Harrisburg. It'll be 2, 3, 4 due up for Reading. Miller, Mendez, Reyes. Moore will be on second, so you'll get some speed on the base pass. And the pitch to Morales. He swings the first pitch, was way in. He got in on the hands. Fly ball, shallow center. Can of corn for Prado, makes the catch, and that'll retire the side. So Senators do get a run on a hit. It was an unearned run. No errors, nobody left on base. We will head to the bottom of the 10th. It is rally time for the Fightin' Phils. Be back after this here on the Our Phils Radio Network. Some Chapel Roan, hot to go. HOTTOGO plays over the loudspeakers here at FirstEnergy Stadium as we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Harrisburg got a run in the top half. The Ghost Runner, Zombie Runner, I mean, it's not a Ghost Runner because it's a real person, so maybe Zombie Runner.
That's a Scott Fransky term. Fransky uses that
Zombie
term.
Runner, right?
Zombie Runner, yeah.
Place Runner. So he scored, so it's 3-2. The place runner for Reading will be Robert Moore. Aiden Miller leads off. He represents the winning run for Reading. 2, 3, 4 due up. Chance Huff is back out for the Fightin' Phils.
They're way up, expecting a bunt from Miller.
And the first pitch from Huff. Miller will take it for a ball. It's 1-0.
Both Naranjo at first, Morales at third, up. And even the middle infielders are kind of cheating up a little bit.
They're playing almost halfway. Now,
yeah,
Wallace at second
between
backs
second
up.
and third.
They're basically playing him to go the other way.
Yeah.
1-0 is up. It's 2-0.
I mean, Pena, the shortstop, is covering with Aiden Miller batting. Oh, he gets a ground ball to shortstop. It's a base hit and more scores.
Great day for Aiden Miller. He's 3 for 5. Season high 3 hits for him. 2-0. Swinging a foul ball off the netting. It's 2-1.
Well, he was in a great spot to hit. Still is. It's 2-1, but at 2-0, going to let him wail away. I'm just very curious about it. Again, now the infield is all back, but I'm very curious about the Pena trying to keep more close at second and opening up that left side of the infield. 2 balls and a strike.
The pitch. Miller, big swing and a miss. It's 2-2.
Well, he wanted to end it. And I'm okay with that. I mean, it's a 2-1 count. You're ahead in the count. If you see a pitch, take a big hack at it. All right, but now you're 2-2. Now it has to be a little bit of a different cut, and now Pena gets back to the more normal position at shortstop.
2-2. Pitch home. That's down. Gets away from the catcher, Stubbs. Shoots to the backstop. Stubbs will get 2 to his right, and Moore goes up to third on the wild pitch.
All right, well, you got the equivalent of what you wanted, which is to get that runner to third base with still nobody out in the inning. So now for Aiden Miller's position, you just need to be able to drive a ball somewhere.
So tying run is on third. Miller's the go-ahead run. Infield's up. Wallace plays shaded towards the Miller. So the hole is really kind of where the second baseman usually stands. 3-2, the pitch. Miller swings and he pops it up, and it'll go out of play foul behind home plate. Count remains full on what was the 7th pitch of the at-bat.
I'm not going to fault him on it. He probably went after ball 4, but I can understand it. He's trying to make something happen here.
3-2, Moore off third. Pitch home. Miller swings, ground ball, knocked down by Huff. He will underhand toss to the first and flirted with a little bit of danger right there, but he does get Miller. So that's a best case scenario there for Harrisburg, just one out.
Yeah, that's a great play by, well, I don't know if it's a great play. It's a lucky play by Huff. It hit his glove. It was a great job by Miller. That's what you want to do as a hitter.
Hit it hard, 110 up the middle.
Right back up the middle. If it beats the pitcher, it's a base hit, and we're tied.
Or at least it's a run.
Correct.
Because even if Wallace gets to it, there's no play at home.
Right, but fortunately for Huff, it hit his glove and fell down in front of him. But he took so long to get to the throw of the first, Miller almost beat it out.
First pitch to Mendez is down. It's 1-0. Stubbs had to block it.
Well, the story of this game right now is men left on base. Reading has left 17 men left on base. They've got a guy at third base now and 1 out.
Reading is 1 for 17 tonight with runners in scoring position. And the pitch is up. It's 2-0. So hitters count to Mendez here. Infield still up. Shortstop Pena shaded a little bit towards the second base bag. And the pitch. He swings in a ground ball back to Pena at short. Had it played perfectly. Moore can't go anywhere. 2 outs. 6-3 goes to put out. And Felix Reyes will be the Fightin' Phil's last hope. And see if he can maybe just end it on one swing of the bat.
Yeah, it's a tough spot there. You got, obviously, with Moore at third, you got
Mendez
a good
hit it
run.
hard, too.
It just
100 up the middle.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. He just hit it too. He hit the ball so hard that Moore was kind of frozen. If it's not hit so hard, then maybe Moore takes a shot at it. But it was hit with such velocity, he had to stay put.
So here's the big hitting Felix Reyes. The pitch is over for a strike. It's 0-1. Last chance for the Fightin' Phils. Bottom 9, 3-2 our score. Moore, the tying run, leads off third. 0-1 the count to Reyes. 2 outs. Here in the 10th. Pitch home is outside. It's 1-1. Harrisburg scored 1 at the top. Reading trying to match and at least keep this game going into the 11th. Ball and a strike to count to Felix Reyes. Pitch home. He swings, hits it well. Deep right center. Schnell is back. He turns. It's gone! A walk-off, 2-run, opposite field home run for Felix Reyes, and the Fightin' Phils win it 4-3 in the bottom of the 10th inning.
Well, you're looking for a pitch to drive, and Felix Reyes did just that. He drove that one a long way. The only question was whether he was going to hit on the wall and tie it up or over it and win it, and Felix Reyes wins it.
Felix Reyes wins it. Bob McCool has our post-game show. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back to FirstEnergy Stadium, where the Reading Fightin' Phils win it in dramatic fashion in the bottom half of the 10th inning. And welcome to our post-game show presented by White Star Travel, the official group sponsor of the Reading Fightin' Phils. Visit whitestartours.com for more information. Well, the Reading Fightin' Phils left men on base throughout this ball game, and they had not scored a run since the second inning. They scored a run in the first, a run in the second. And time and time again, the Fightin' Phils left men on base. 17 men left on base for the Phils as they came to the plate in the bottom of the 10th inning. But a tremendous job by the bullpen tonight for Reading in shutting down Harrisburg throughout the game. And again, it was ultimately set up as a bullpen game for the Phils because the intended starting pitcher, Aberson Castellano, could not start tonight, was ultimately put on the IL. And as a result of that, the Phils had to go with a bullpen game starting with Mitch Noonborn, but the bullpen did a great job in tonight's ball game holding Harrisburg at bay. And ultimately, the Fightin' Phils win it in the bottom of the 10th inning with a final score of 4-3. We will take a timeout, back with more of our White Star Travel postgame show and run through the scoring on a winning night tonight in Baseball Town right after this on the Reading Fightin' Phils Radio Network.
Families can go around the bases together, then we don't have any separated children. You can go around the bases as a family, all right? We'll have the kids say their name nice and loud. Here we go. And don't forget, 10% off at the Alarm Tech Team Store right now. All right, as soon as we get the video picture, we'll have the kids say their name.
Welcome back to our Reading Fightin' Phils postgame show, again presented to you by White Star Travel. As the Reading Phils win the getaway game, and they do it in fitting style as we run through our scoring here in this ball game. It was a matchup tonight that was supposed to be a rematch of the opening day starters, Jarlin Susana for the Harrisburg Senators and Aberson Castellano for the Fightin' Phils. But again, Castellano somewhere along the line between Tuesday's start and his bullpen over the course of the last couple days ultimately could not go, and the Phils put him on the IL before the start of tonight's game. And so it was Mitch Noonborn who got the start, and it was a bullpen game, and what a job done by the bullpen in this game as we talk about what happened in the ball game. After Noonborn set down the Senators in the first, with the exception of a Yoande Morales double, it was the Fightin' Phils at the plate and Robert Moore in the leadoff spot facing Susana, and is swinging at the first pitch. Robert Moore sends it over the left field stands for a home run, his fourth of the year, his team-leading 15th RBI. And Robert Moore, who was 1 for 17 in the series prior to that at bat, with a home run to put the Phils on top 1-0. Phils added to that in the second inning after a 2-out double by Elio Prado. Robert Moore then walked to put runners at first and second, and Aiden Miller with a line drive in the left field for a base hit that brought home Prado for the second run. It was the 5th RBI of the season for Aiden Miller, and his first in quite a long time. So it had to feel good for Aiden Miller to break that little bit of a slump in terms of RBI production. It ultimately turned out to be the first of 3 hits on the night for Aiden Miller. And the Phils were on top by a score of 2-0. Noonborn came back for the start of the 3rd inning, and then the extra base hit machine that Harrisburg was throughout this series went to work, with C.J. Stubbs starting it with a line drive into left field for a double out of the 8-hole, and then the 9-hole hitter Viandel Pena pulled one down the right field line for a double as well. That plated C.J. Stubbs. The 3rd double of the game for Harrisburg. They finished this series with 16 doubles and 10 home runs, as Pena's double makes it a 2-1 game. And then after they were able to get Philip Glasser and Nick Schnell, here comes Yoande Morales again, and Morales delivers a single that brings in Pena. For Morales, that was his 9th hit of the series, but it was also his 8th RBI of the series as well, his 17th of the season, and we were tied at 2. And ultimately, Susana was only able to go 3 innings tonight for Harrisburg, and so they turned it over to the bullpen as well, just like the Reading Fightin' Phils did, and their bullpen did a job as well, because we remained in a 2-2 tie all the way through and including the 9th inning and headed to extra innings with that tie. So obviously, with the baseball rules as they are, you start with a ghost runner on second base, and for the Harrisburg Senators, that was the 9-man Viandel Pena who started at second base, and the first man up facing Wesley Moore was Philip Glasser. He has been unbelievably productive in this series for Harrisburg, but the Phils had held him for an 0-for-4 so far tonight after he had 12 hits in the first 5 games of the series. He was 0-for-4. Well, that changed. He had a line drive into right field for a base hit that brought home Pena, and the Senators had taken the lead by getting that ghost runner home to make it a 3-2 game. Glasser tried for second. Great play by Felix Reyes. He gets over, picks it up, fires to second, and gets Glasser at second base to prevent a second run from coming across. And was that a precursor of things to come? Glasser on the thrown out at second makes it 1 out. Nick Schnell then popped up. Yoande Morales then flew out to center field, and Wesley Moore was able to get through the rest without any more damage. So we went to the bottom of the 9th in a 3-2 game. Robert Moore, who made the last out of the 9th, is now the ghost runner at second for the Fightin' Phils with Aiden Miller at the plate. Miller grounds one after a wild pitch put Robert Moore at third base with nobody out. Aiden Miller with a comebacker to the mound. Huff knocked it down. Moore couldn't move. Miller out at first. Then Henry Mendez is the batter with the infield obviously up to cut down the tying run. Henry Mendez hits a hard ground ball to short. It freezes Robert Moore at third. Mendez is retired at first, and the Fightin' Phils are down to their last out. And it was Felix Reyes at the plate, and Reyes hit a towering drive to right center field. The only question was whether it's off the Redner's Event Center or over and onto the veranda. At worst case scenario, we knew we were tied if it's a double for Reyes. It had enough, just enough to clear the railing and onto the veranda, and a walk-off 2-run home run for Felix Reyes. So he makes the big play in right field to throw out Glasser to prevent another runner in scoring position for Harrisburg, and then comes up and ends it in the bottom of the 9th with his second home run of the season and his 5th and 6th RBIs of the season as well. In dramatic fashion, the Reading Fightin' Phils win the ball game tonight with a walk-off 2-run home run from Felix Reyes. And the Fightins take the W and at least salvage 2 of this 6-game series with the Senators. Feel a little bit better as well now on the road trip tomorrow to Binghamton, New York to take on the Rumble Ponies for 6 on the road. So the Reading Fightin' Phils with the win on the walk-off home run from Felix Reyes. Wesley Moore gets the win. He's now 1-1. Chance Huff takes the loss. He is 0-1. For the victorious Reading Fightin' Phils, 4 runs on 11 hits. They committed 1 error, and they left 17 men on base. But they did not leave the 18th man on base, which was Robert Moore, in the bottom of the 10th. They got him home, and they get the W for Harrisburg. 3 runs on 9 hits, no errors, and they left 7 men on base. Time of the game tonight, 3 hours and 15 minutes. We started a little bit late, about half hour, about 45 minutes or so late. 3 hours and 15 minutes played in front of the official attendance of 5,080 here in Baseball Town. Harrisburg with a loss falls back under 500 at 13-14, and the Phils take a much-needed win on the road. They are now 7-18. So this series comes to an end, and again, the Fightin' Phils now head on the road to Binghamton for a series beginning at 6:07 on Tuesday night. And then the Phils will stay on in Binghamton, obviously, until Sunday. Then we'll be back home here to face New Hampshire on Tuesday, May 13th. Don't forget, that is a 12 noon first pitch here in Baseball Town. And then the Wednesday game is also an early start. That is an 11 a.m. game here in Reading. So that's the next 2 games on the docket. The Fightin' Phils back here on May 13th. And obviously they will be home from May 13th right up into Sunday, May 18th. But the first 2 games, again, Tuesday is at 12 noon, and the Wednesday game is at 11 a.m. first pitch. Hope to see you here for some more baseball, and hope the Fightin' Phils can pick up some W's on the road and feel a bit better as they head out of town with this win tonight. That is going to do it for our coverage tonight here on our flagship 830 WEU.com and our Reading Fightin' Phils radio network. For my broadcast partner, Jake Starr, my name is Bob McCool. Thank you for listening to Reading Fightin' Phils Baseball. Hope you do it again when we're back at it again on Tuesday, May the 13th at high noon right here at FirstEnergy Stadium. And as always, better yet, we'd love to see you here at the ballpark. Thanks for listening, everyone. Have yourselves a great Sunday evening.